next to
Okay, according to the internet, we are live. Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone. How's it going?
Tell us if you can hear
on
us.
my channel.
Yeah, how's the volume levels? You know, we all sound, no one's too low or too high or whatever.
Yep, everyone complain in the chat.
Yeah, the audio, the audio perverts are gonna start going wild.
I'm so sorry for my bullshit audio. It's been 7 seconds. Yeah, I can swear.
Sounds pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can swear. Oh yeah, it sounds pretty. I just listened to it on my end. It sounds pretty good. So hey, pump up the energy.
Hey.
God, I feel like I'm at.
How's everyone going?
I feel like I'm in the principal's office. I gotta fucking. Hey, I gotta be on my best behavior around Moonlight. He's a serious guy.
He's our senior. You know?
When did I get that reputation?
I don't know. It's just kind of your vibes.
Moonlight Senpai.
Yeah.
Moonlight Vice
Oh,
Principal.
we're Chaos Kohai over here. You know.
This is true. Yeah, I'm the super kohai.
So, do we want to introduce ourselves? Are we ready to like stream, or are you still kind of fiddling with shit, Moonlight?
I think I'm good. It looks like everything's going.
Sweet. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh God, all these names I can't pronounce. Hello, Malachai. Hello, Mardze. Hello, Malachai again. Zuritan. Marlon Keple. Help me.
Yeah. Kane D, you know, you've already talked about Zuritan, you know, we know the gang's all here.
Hello, Nami21. Welcome.
Oh, I have also just finished participating in capitalism, Kane D. It is it's a slog. It really is. So let's all introduce ourselves because there may be people that don't know who we are. There may be people who don't know who Moonlight is. Imagine. So hello, Moonlight audience. This is my one chance to snag you in. First impressions and all. So if you like Moonlight's videos, imagine that, but not edited or structured at all, and like it's just kind of two guys like fucking yapping for an hour. But if you're in the need for
times the length.
Yeah.
No, Ryan, help me out here.
Oh, wait,
introduce yourself. Goddamn.
Sorry. Yeah, because I think your voice might be cutting out a bit. But anyway, yeah. The second half of Chaos Squared. You know, the squared half, I guess. You know, I'm Raos the Hermit. It's my full name, my full government given name.
Legal. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Red basically recruited me from my Hermit Cove or whatever, and I've been you know.
I forced him out.
With it.
I said I noticed his proclivity for lewdness, and I was like, yeah, I got a series for you, buddy.
Unfortunately, 100 Girlfriends has become a little more family friendly in recent years, but you know, it's good enough. I'm willing to stay.
How long has it been since we've seen the booty mole? That's by the way, Moonlight's next video. I need to know every instance of the booty mole, and like I want like a fucking like line graph of how it kind of dropped off.
Yeah.
Funny enough, actually, I'm going to do something like that does involve, like, when did we stop doing this?
Yes!
Oh.
You know, like, when did we stop doing the like, their soul leaves their body gimmick? I love that one.
So, yeah, I would say, to wrap up my introductions, I would say, basically, if you want, like, a podcast format review sesh, that's kind of what we are. We're two dudes yapping it up about the chapter. Sometimes we go off topic. Sometimes we stay on topic. Flip a coin. Who knows? But, yeah, Moonlight, please introduce yourself.
I am Moonlight 150 from the group known as Slice of Gaming Podcast. We desperately need a rebrand.
Slice of Girlfriend Podcast.
Basically. And yeah, I just do edited reviews of the chapters, and I sometimes also make additional content, like just discussing the series as a whole. Like, I'm pretty sure my claim to fame right now is the Rentaro divorced parents theory.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, besides the tier list, that is like my most watched video.
It's a good one.
So it's probably what I'm most known for.
I see Tease Day in the chat, Kirby Guy in the chat, Ashius. What guys? Easier to pronounce names, please. Janess, I see you. The 4 horsemen of the 100 Girlfriends community. Now that's a sick way to refer to us. Thank you.
You know, the 4 horsemen aren't good, right? Like
we
like
bring
the
about
bringers of demise.
Yeah.
Guys, which horseman do you want to be?
Ooh,
God, I have to remember which the 4 are. It's in the like
famine,
war,
I
famine.
might be pestilence.
So yeah, I guess I'll be famine. I've always been a skinny beanpole person.
I don't even know. Fucking, what are they again? Death, famine, war. I don't know if any of them fit me, to be honest with you. I was gonna say famine because I'm fat and I ate all the crops, you know. But
It's like I only relate to the girlfriends, not to any other.
Yeah.
oh my god. Backtrack. Reacts. You may need to introduce yourself the most out of all of us, but you should go subscribe to him because he's based in Epic. Go ahead, Backtrack.
はい、皆さんこんばんは。バックトラックスリアクトと申します。
See, he's flexing right now. That's his special
よろしくお
talent.
願いします。はい。I'm Backtracks React. I do 100 Girlfriends reactions and readings of the Japanese RAWs. I am really just kind of getting to learn Japanese. So this is an archive of like my Japanese learning journey with this series. So if you want to see something like that, I live stream Hyakano Wednesdays now. So they'll be going up every Wednesday when the chapter releases. And yeah, just head on back over to my channel if that's something that you're interested in.
All of their channels are in the description of this live stream. And I do want to concur, like, your content is very layered. It's one is just, it reminds me, if any of you are in the One Piece community, he reminds me of Artor. Obviously, you know, Backtrack would say, oh, I'm nowhere near Artor. Obviously, he's learning. But, like, he's got the Artor vibe, right? He's like, coming out saying, like, I don't know, giving you the Japanese experience, right? The direct translation, basically, from the source. And it's pretty cool. It's very fun to watch him, like, piece together the dialogue as he reads it. So it's, and then, of course, like you said, the second layer is also just, like, an archive of a man learning Japanese. And I imagine the videos 5 years from now, you're gonna be fucking fluent as shit.
We can only hope.
He's gonna try to recruit you.
Yeah, yo, that would be,
Oh no!
imagine the end of your character arc. You end up working for Tuesday and like.
I've been watching your journey closely, I'm happy with what I see. You know, like
You've reached a level.
We want to talk to you about a certain initiative. Malachi Craval thinks Moonlight is definitely war. I'm not sure how you've gotten this interpretation of yourself, Moonlight.
I am the serious. It's my naturally deep voice, which is really weird because I think I just sound deeper on recorded equipment. Like if you hear me in real life, I don't have a deeper voice. Granted, I can lower it on equipment, but
the specific vibration of your voice just
it's like how the camera adds 5 pounds or takes 5 pounds away, but the microphone adds 10 bass points to your voice. You know?
Lose a couple decibels.
Excellent, excellent. But yeah, so I'm happy to be here. This is kind of a very unstructured. It really is just a yap sesh. In the future, we are going to do things like tier lists and I don't know, just like more structured discussions. But this is
we'll induct new members of the 100 Kanojo content creator community.
If you please us, we are the
council.
I wanted to say too something. So Rios and I have been adding to our own individual notes apps or notes pages, basically questions to ask for this stream. And the first thing I have on mine is I wanted to say congrats to all of us for cornering the market on the 100 Girlfriends community.
Like literal corner, because there's like 4 of us. There's a corner, like an actual shape. Like
no one else can do it. We you missed your opportunity.
What else can you do? No, that's
kidding.
Definitely not true. We can add to the 4 horsemen. The 4 is not a static number.
I think we can get up to 100 content creators that really, really love the 100 Girlfriends is the goal, I think.
Yeah.
Sue would be really happy with us, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
One.
Hello, Crosshouse in the chat.
All right.
Yeah. One, as Sue would say, one, you know.
But yeah, so what do we want to start with? Do we want to start with
I was gonna say, it's like, I'm glad you guys got something because I came with literally nothing.
You came with your presence, and that's all we needed.
The freeloaders.
I'll start with, as a sort of icebreaker, getting to know each other, describe your personality and say via the 2 girlfriends that most closely match.
Oh, this is, dude, Rios is he carries the channel, I'll tell you.
Oh, my. Like for me, I would say I'm a mix of Nano in terms of like general behavior and demeanor, but also of Rin, in terms of like passions and interests. I guess if you want, I can go more in depth in that, but that's basically like that's an example of how you might do that.
Someone else go before me because I got to think about the second girl.
I know, right? It's like,
we all have a list of the girlfriends.
I'm formulating.
Them.
While we're thinking,
gotta be, like-
Rios, explain the thing, because maybe not everyone's heard it. The thing about how, for you, basically it's Rin, but instead of violence, it's like your love of loot, right?
Lord. Okay, yes, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'm okay. I'm a little embarrassed because I don't know. But yeah, yes, I am a man of the lewd, persuasion, I guess, quote unquote. But yeah,
Lewd persuasion. I like.
yeah,
that.
like Rin's backstory is basically mine, like to a T, but with like the H.R. Geiger movie Species came out in like a 95 or something like that. And like I saw it as a kid, and my mind was blown by what I saw. And then like years later, I came across it on Sci-Fi Channel. I was like, oh my gosh, that thing, that I saw. Which if you want to look it up.
I knew Rios was the guy when I saw him doing boob studies on Twitter, which is basically like he will just like post like a mural of like a bunch of different like boob type. Like he takes this serious. It isn't just gooning.
Well, yeah,
this
I want to learn how to draw.
This is advanced gooning. Like he's like studying the boob. Like, he's gonna be able to close his eyes and like just picture any boob.
Oh, I'm already way ahead of that. I'm way ahead of you on that one. But
Man is becoming Momiji.
yes.
Oh. Yeah. That's the next step. You need to be able to feel some to really get to the next level of your depiction.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean,
Taking all
to make it a more efficient, the more efficient path towards mastery is, physical direct contact.
So if you want to apply for
that's yeah, we're gonna start 100 Girlfriend cult, where I guess we're gonna do all the fixins of regular cult behaviors, where we start doing like sexual abuse.
God, all right, backpedal.
Okay, yeah.
Change topic.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sure. I guess I can go next.
Your two girls.
Let's see. I got and it feels weird to say this right after that happened, but Momiji. I definitely in the realm of physical touch, I do like to have it like as a more casual thing. Maybe that's in that case it would be more Usa-chan focused, but I do love relating to Momiji when it comes to reading the chapters, like seeing what she gets up to. What a fucking gropeling. And then a little bit more unorthodox a pick, I would say, is probably Mimimi. Definitely
you got
in
some beauty
say
in you?
the I not like say physically, but definitely working towards seeing beauty in everything. The romantic lifestyle of the like the 1800s English people really gravitate towards finding that type of meaning in beauty and all that life has to offer. Generally, I do that through literary analysis. I'm an English major. That's what I do. So, yeah.
Okay.
I should have been an English major. Oh yeah, I love reading and writing as well. I should have been an English major rather than a computer science. Yeah. I would have been more fulfilled, but perhaps less financially solvent. But
I suppose I should get something up in the background at some point, other than just the YouTube live stream video or like screen.
I'm just sitting on manga decks. That's what my screen is.
That's what I was honestly, yeah, because inevitably we're gonna have to we're gonna want to pull that up,
Yeah, like we need to fact check this now.
Kirby guy says can't wait for this to devolve into a brawl when they start disagreeing about the worst girlfriends. We'll get there. We have to start out now. We can't poison the well, okay? I have my.
I'm gonna lure you in.
That's for the tier list.
I have my two girls. I'm very excited. Okay, it clicked and it's perfect. Okay, I would describe myself as a combination of Uto and Tama. Now, and obviously, Mr. Tama hater over here. I guess he would just fucking hate me in real life. No, but specifically with Tama, it's not the cat element. The cat element is almost like irrelevant. There's so much more to her than just that, despite the fact that that's like her surface level. I would say with Tama,
you don't want to do anything.
No, it's not just that. See, you're simplifying it.
We're already breaking down.
I grew up a very anxious kid. And like her backstory with like just being so anxious to like go to work, because like I don't know, I really appreciated how that was written, because it's like it shows that like when people don't want to work, it doesn't always mean that they're lazy. There could be like a genuine just fear. Because like for me, I recently went through a stint of unemployment and I came back to work, and that like transition was so scary. I was having panic attacks, I was breaking down, you know, but the second I went to work, I was like, oh, that wasn't actually that hard, right? So I would say Tama in the sense that like in a dream world, I would like to not work. But for me, it's not because I don't want to do anything. It's because I have like hobbies and passions that I'd rather be doing, to be fair. And I think Tama is making her way towards that place. I would hope so, at least. And then Uto, and that's kind of why I combine myself with Tama and Uto. Tama's the I hate work, I want to strike, you know, pro-proletariat. And then Uto is the follow your dreams part of me. You know, not recently, it's been like a year, but like, you know, I picked up trying to learn yo-yo because you know what, I think yo-yos are fucking cool and we should have never moved on past yo-yos. Why did we stop using yo-yos? They're fucking awesome. So you trying to use yo-yo, even though my friends make fun of me for it, that's my ocarina, okay? You know, so like that's why I vibe with Uto, because she's very like, you know what, this is the life I want to live, even though it's cringe. I'm gonna fucking whole hog into it, and I appreciate that. So yeah, those would be the two girls I'd say.
I wanted to take Tama, but then I realized, oh no, Red's probably going to take Tama. I should. No, yeah, I love the explanation of Uto, because that's kind of what I find in Akko. When I was, you know, going into, say, my the first quarter of this year of college, I was kind of trying to meet new people in the anime club, get accustomed to everything, and then I had this just kind of weird sense of me not being able to do that. And then, so yeah, it's just the narrative therapy thing. You have to push for what you want. And so what I decided to make myself, like the caricature that I've set out for myself, is just like, I am the Akko evangelist. I will show Akko and like show my affection for her to everyone that I meet. And so I've been doing that, really just kind of working towards actualizing some part of myself that otherwise I would have kept repressed.
Yeah, no, I love Akko so much. I would even say there's a part of Akko in me as well. You know, specifically, like, I love her unabashed love of, like, cute things. And I think more people should be like that, especially men, right? Men need to come out here and start loving cute things, you know? I just want to shout out some chats here. Teasday says they would be Meme and Nemu, which is very interesting.
Oh.
We're getting a piece of what they're like.
You translate this chapters in your sleep? Is that what you're saying? Like,
That's their shoe cobbling. They're like, how
do you think they get the translations out so fast?
Oh my lord, you're
I would
right.
have spent the last 2 weeks of getting it out on what would be Friday afternoon for me. It's like, goddamn.
Oh my god. Let's see. Luke is a combination between Meru because of his passion of writing and Uto as well. Red primarily of the bard element, considering I love it when I get to do Shakespeare. Oh, that's cool, man.
Shakespeare.
And Conrad Barnes says I have made him appreciate Uto more, and I'm spitting the gospel. That's what it's all about. Yeah. Okay. What I have something to talk about if you guys. It's a little early for I was gonna save it for a little later, but I mean, I would be remiss if we didn't discuss the politics of the series. I've wanted to discuss this with you guys for a very long time. I've genuinely been very excited about this, right? So
I'm worried where you're taking this.
So it's not. How do I put this? I think if you've watched even 2 seconds of our content, you would know that we are very leftist people. And I would hope, and it's okay, you know, if this will be a real awkward stream if you're like, actually I'm pro Manga. But you know, I
you guys aren't centrist? What am I doing here?
Well, the reason I want to talk about this is I really, really enjoy the element of this series that it feels very progressive to me. Like it's got, despite its like anime harem-ness, it comes off as very progressive. Rentaro is like a super good role model for young men, and that's like one of my favorite elements of the series. And I just wondered like if you ever considered that element of it, Moonlight.
I don't know. It almost, to get like really into the weeds here, it almost feels like, how do I even explain this without getting myself in trouble? It almost feels like it's a series that you wouldn't consider being very progressive in the sense, because it is just a bunch of straight people on the surface level.
Yeah.
And then of course you have like the Yuri fan service every once in a while. But yeah.
I mean, it's definitely. I mean, in the literal sense, it's definitely like progressive, like non-politically. Like, even though it's a harem, it does a whole bunch of things that you very rarely see in any harem stories at all. Like, I mean, like, when was the last time you saw a harem series where like there was an actual like anything even resembling a polycule type situation, where it wasn't just like a a rival sort of like sports anime in disguise sort of situation,
and where they're all equal, and it's not like all the women pining for the guy, and and there's like interrelationships between it. It's just, to me, this feels like, I don't know, it's just really, really nice. It makes me very happy. Especially in this world where everything just feels like it's getting more conservative and more fucked up, and it's a comfort series for me because of that. And my God, do young men need good role models in fiction? You know what I mean? So it's just, that's
we see it in the story itself. Like, Rentaro is constantly like fixing young men who have like, I remember in Era, yeah, that was literally basically what happened with these two young men who were like, man, nice guys just finished last, women ain't shit, or whatever.
And Rentro's like, actually, nice guys are in, motherfucker. I mean, it was pretty obviously like leftist leaning when it comes to like the writing. And I don't know, I hope I'm not making any of you uncomfortable. I really enjoy that element of it, and that's something that we discuss a lot on our channel, and some people love it and some people don't. But
I came into today like having a thought in my mind, just like, 100 Girlfriends is like probably the closest like we mortally can get to an emulation of unconditional love. I love that for the show, and it's definitely inspired a lot of other manga to be more or casual or upfront about genuine, pure communication or working with a polycule. There was a manga, Kimi no Love wo Misete Kure, that was shown on the 100 Girlfriends Reddit because it referenced 100 Girlfriends as an example of a polycule, and then they started doing the poly route. So I started reading and checking that out because of that.
So in the manga, they were like, hey, this manga did it, so we can do it now.
That's so nice.
Like, there are examples of polycules everywhere in romance manga nowadays. I think even one of them has like 100 of them. So exactly like that.
It's the Reiwa era, like we lived in the Heisei era where they were all these like Ranma 1/2 clones of harem, but as soon as the clock, the imperial clock clicked over to the Reiwa era, era in the 2019, we the harems became, they changed, something about them changed.
It was blooming to you.
No, I mean, you were mentioning too, like it's like opening the doors, the floodgates for series or for different series to be more like unabashed about like just like love, like corny, cheesy, wholesome and positive love, right? And like this is gonna be like super deep in the weeds, but do you guys remember it was like, it went viral on Twitter and the guy got like lambasted for it, and then he like quit YouTube for a while because he got so lambasted for it. I believe the YouTuber was named Joe Cat, and he put out this it was like it was the parody of that song, like, I love these kind of thick girls, little itty bitty girls, whatever the fuck he said, right? All the different types of girls. Do you guys know that video? It's like an animated
I literally just got a tweet on my timeline today talking about like the pushback that it received.
I bring that one up.
Wow, that sucked.
Yeah, and he got like lambasted for it. And if you go watch the video, the only crime that it has is it's a bit cringe. But all it is it's just like him talking about how much he loves women, and it's not just like their body types. He goes into like nerdy girls, whatever girl. It's literally just a guy who, as the political streamer that I watched that talked about it, he said this is a guy who is gay for women. Right? and what that means is basically like a lot of straight guys, the way they interact with women is very much like they're almost scared to like show genuine love. They have to be like, yeah, whatever, she's hot or she's got a nice ass, like, but they won't just come out and say like, no, I genuinely love this person, I love her smile. A lot of guy friend groups that aren't like, I don't know, dare I say woke, will kind of be very like, I don't know. I feel like they're just weird about talking about genuine love. If you came out and said like, no, I love my wife, I adore her, I love her smile, I feel like a lot of guys would be like, bro, it's a little much, don't you think? And that's what I love about Rentaro, man. He's just out here fucking being the best a guy can be. It reminds me of what I loved about Legoshi from Beastars. I also looked to him as like a really cool role model. Like things like he's a carnivore, and whenever he would talk to herbivores, he would like specifically hide his claws, and he would crouch down to their level to not make them feel scared. And it's just like these examples of positive masculinity that we desperately need, and this series is like the bastion of it, and it makes me really happy.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think something clicked in the middle of, say, middle school or high school for me, where I just stopped having like a lot of shame, and so like whenever I had like affections or a crush on a girl, I immediately would go like, "Hey, I like you." So it's definitely a different aspect mode. I don't know what it was like that influenced or inspired me to do that. Just like there's so much tiptoeing in the world. There's so much like brinksmanship and all that, but being so like so honest is very rare, but it's also so respectable because I love the people who can, kind of lift up with the passion that they have. Kind of why I justify me a lot. Just yeah, like seeing people have passion, unabashed, and lifting others up in the pursuit of that passion, and not like gatekeeping or putting them down, stuff like that. It's really just something so important to me.
Yeah, me too. And like, this might be I don't know, my particular brand of brain rot, but like, whenever I watch something or consume media, the first thing I do is I look for the message, like, because like, and there are people that are fucking, I don't know, anti-intellectualist, and they'll be like, can't like movies just be movies? Why do you always have to dig deep into it? It's like, no, bro, that's what art is, bro. Like, almost, even if someone isn't trying to, a little bit of their self will be put into their art, right? So like, the first thing I do when I read something is like, okay, what is this person trying to say? What are their morals? What are their belief systems? Like, Fire Force, like, the person who writes Soul Eater and Fire Force, something you can get instantly from reading their stuff is that they are hardcore atheists. Like, there is so much, like, the idea of God is stupid, and like there's so much of that in Soul Eater and Fire Force, so you can just like, rather than just reading it like surface level, you can be like, okay, the author of this is like really maybe not anti-religion, because there are moments where he kind of like he plays both sides. He talks about like why humans would want that, blah, blah. But it's interesting to kind of get into the author's head, and like I just love the idea that Nakamura out here really being a bastion of fucking, I don't know, progressive values in this era where we really need it. But Moonlight, I don't know if you want to say anything. I hope I'm not making you uncomfortable with the politics talk. We can move on soon if you'd like.
No, I just mostly agree. I will agree that it's this, as you said, toxic. It's like this male positivity that is definitely missed, especially in this genre of just rom-com manga in general.
Yeah.
Because you see so many of others, even in other harems, like the guy is like one of the least interesting characters, and the focus all on the girls. Now, granted, you could say that here too. Rentaro doesn't have much of a personality outside of loving his girlfriends. But in the way that this series is structured, that's kind of all he needs. Now, granted, we also know he's a big One Piece fan.
Yeah.
And that's all I need. He's an enjoyer of women and loves One Piece. I can hang out with this guy.
Say no more.
It's basically just me. Oh my god.
Also, just
all right.
This little like quirk about the series is that it seems like the entire family, or at least a good majority of them, they're all caught up on Demon Slayer and they're all caught up on One Piece. Is that just like a normal in Japan?
I mean, maybe, honestly. What a wonderland Japan must be. You can walk down the street and everyone knows what happened in the most recent One Piece chapter. Everyone.
Yeah,
random businessmen.
The whole country has to go dark to not get spoiled. Like,
I would. Bro, the country might implode when the One Piece is revealed. That's going to be like an earth-shaking moment. We're going to feel it on the Richter scale. Well, I'm glad. Thank you for letting me do my politics talk. Should we talk about favorite girls, least favorite girls? Any hot takes?
All right, now we're gonna fight. Okay.
Yeah.
Moonlight jumped in for this one.
All right, go ahead, Moonlight.
Oh, okay. We'll start off mine.
Sure.
So, what are we just doing? Numbers, or what are we doing?
I don't know. Give me like your top 3 girls and then top 3 worst girls, and we'll talk.
All right.
We'll fight.
Top 3 would have to go. Karane, they're all back to back. Karane, Shizuka, Nano.
Oh wow! So basically, you haven't hit the peaks of those peaks since the beginning. The beginning of the series is the best, and it's all been downhill. That's what I'm hearing.
All been downhill ever since. Bottom three.
Just say it. Just get it over with.
Just rip off the Band-Aid.
For the few people that actually saw my second tier list before it got delisted,
because I was waiting to stream it. Just waiting to content steal.
The new bottom of the list for me is Yaku.
Oh, okay. Luke has to come in White Knight for Yaku right now.
If I had to pick some other ones, I'm still not a giant Tama fan.
Fair enough.
And then the new contender that happened in the video that I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to defend myself is May.
Yeah. Okay, so the May, I always mix them up. May is original Maid, right?
May is original Maid.
Yeah,
original Maid.
His closed eyes.
So May. Okay, so we'll go one by one here. May, I agree. I mean, I don't hate her, but she's just kind of exists for me. She fulfills a role. I think her running gag is funny. But yeah, I mean, she's very like, I don't know, C+ tier for me. She just kind of exists.
My problem with May is, and I do want to say preface, I don't hate any girlfriend.
Yeah. Well,
even the Tama hatred that I said in my original tier list video was all just an act just for, video entertainment.
We've made the same argument. Like sometimes you have to play it up for funsies. It's boring if you don't hate any of them.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing with May that I've come to realize, and I even said this in the video, in my second tier list video, was seeing her recently and then also comparing to where she's come from, when we watched her episodes of the anime, it makes me realize just how much little to no personality she really has.
Which kind of is her arc, if you think about it. I mean, her arc is trying to find a personality.
And we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, her whole shtick is that, you can make the argument that she cares more about Hahari than she does her own boyfriend. She cares about her boss more.
I feel the same way about Mai, by the way. Mai caring more about her than Rentaro.
Yeah, and that is if I had to go further, 5, Mai would actually be down there as well.
The maids are mid, y'all. Like fucking
the Hanazono household curse.
Yeah, they're really relying heavily on the maid stick. So they're not maid.
Third maid win.
No more maid.
break the streak. Be the good one. 3rd time's the charm.
Which is why I've kind of made it almost like a running joke in the videos now. When Mai actually gets something that's not dropping in front of May, it's actually a win. It's oh my gosh, I can actually start liking this character again because she can be interesting. But it's no, we have to nerf her apparently.
You'd be too powerful otherwise,
Okay, so Tama, I've given my shtick. I'll say it one more time. I saw your original tier list, and I see where you're coming from, because obviously, if she's from your perspective, she's just a girl who wants to do literally nothing. That is boring. But for me, what changed that was the fact that, she got to live that life of doing literally nothing, and she was able to come to the realization that, actually this does suck. And then she, and I don't know, try to look at her from the perspective of, this is, a very mentally disabled person, and as someone I was diagnosed with OCD, clinical OCD at the age of 9. I couldn't go to sleep without my parents in the room when I was about to turn 10. And they had to take me to therapy, because I was just such an anxious kid. So that's one of the reasons I really relate to her. So when I see someone like her, who is no doubt crippled with fear about going to work, I don't look at it as a laziness thing. I look at it as a fear thing. And when I see her be able to kind of recognize, she gets the chance to live that perfect lazy life. I can literally just lay here forever. I have a sugar mama. I can lay here forever. But she realizes, oh, this is devoid of happiness. I have nothing. I'm going to feel like such a loser in front of all these other girls that have passions and dreams and hobbies. The fact that, to me, that self-realization, that I don't know, ability to kind of look within herself and be and find that middle ground. Because to me, I've worked part-time before. Part-time is fucking awesome. I love part-time. If I could survive off part-time, I would do that. And so I love that middle ground of her kind of coming to that realization. Now, I do agree with you. I would like to see her develop some hobbies that are maybe not cat related. What I mean? I totally agree with that.
This is my counter argument to everything you just said, and I even said this in the second tier list video. Is yes, she had the really good development, which was immediately afterward. It was
2 chapters basically.
Yeah, Tama's intro. I think the marriage trilogy. Actually, I could look right here. But yeah, it was like immediate. Like she had this cool development chapter that like delved into her, and I'm like, cool, this is cool development for her. But ever since then, it's been nothing but I don't want to work. I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, that's fair. I think.
So
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
And that's why I should just send you my tier list video.
No, privately, I would love to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I said that because I was basing the tier list more on how have the characters been since they've been introduced? Have they evolved in any kind of way? What do they bring to the series? And that's what I was more judging everybody on.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to. When I look at it, I'm kind of looking at like everything, like all encompassing everything that's happened with them in the series. I wasn't looking at it from. I was looking. I try to look at them as like real people, basically, rather than like characters in a series. But yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Oh, yeah. So here's the volume. So yeah, she was introduced. Random cute obtuse triangle. Then the marriage trilogy. Then her development. Chapter. Then no Tama focus since then. It's all been cat jokes and cat puns. Though I do enjoy that one that we had in the daily life of I can't be an assassin because that means I have to work.
That's a good one.
And Karane was like, "What do you mean? Just pretend that you don't want to kill people."
Like, that's really good.
I did want to fight against Yaku, but it does seem like based on what your the ratings on the tiers was based on, Yaku does feel like more static as of like right now, especially recently. But yeah, I do still love that those different parts of her. Like she is kid looking, but she does hold that almost century of knowledge and distance from the family, and I like that mystery of her.
Yeah, it means Grant, I also pulled this up in the video. Literally, we've had now 2 flirty day chapters with Yaku, and they both basically fell asleep.
Yeah, this is
how little material they have to work with this character.
Yeah, and I think one of the things
we don't want to reveal the war crimes just yet. Those for later.
That arc will go crazy.
Yaku's serious arc,
dude. The Yaku fucking
free chapter. Yaku.
They're gonna take her to like the Japanese Hague, and she's gonna have to like, justify her like crimes or whatever in front of the whole like.
Yeah, the Yaku fucking Vietnam War flashback. I know it's not Vietnam, but it would be crazy. Oh my god. Let's see. Should we read some chat? I feel I don't want to derail for hours, but we probably should read some, right?
Yeah.
Rios, are you on there? Any of you feel free to call out anything you see. We're just gonna have to pick and choose, but I want you guys to know we are looking at it.
Taylor Noons has been saying like some very nice and heartwarming stuff about like me and learning Japanese, and also relationship as say like a Christian to the unconditional love that I kind of spouted out. And yeah, I am a Christian too, kind of a little bit more loosely than I should be, but I do find the romance in the belief system and to be very beautiful.
Yeah, no, I also consider myself a Christian, but a lot of that. So I was raised without religion. My parents were just kind of very loose. It was actually pretty cool of them. They just kind of like let me kind of do that whole thing myself. So for a while I was an atheist, and I'll be completely honest, it did kind of come to a point of like I was really terrified of like what's after death. I think that's kind of the first thought that gets a lot of people. And I did soul searching, and I just kind of came to the conclusion that like a god existing and a random explosion making everything are equally crazy, so equally valid. And B, it's nice to believe that there is something after death. It makes life a little bit easier, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I mean, it's very important to, I don't know, distance yourself from the shitty, horrible Christians. You know what I mean? And you know who they are, right? I mean, like, if you're being anti-gay or all that shit.
the 100 Girlfriends Christian reaction.
Oh, yo, is this a Christian stream? No, I barely ever talk about it.
Let him on.
Yeah, no, I think...
Yeah, I'm the token atheist. I don't know what you mean, but yeah, I grew up going to
I'm
like...
the other token atheist.
I grew up going to like a Christian private elementary school all the way through to like senior year of high school. We would go to church like every day and Friday, and for me, it was I kind of going through that as a kid, I just kind of treated like God and Christianity. I just treat him as like facts of life. Like how like you believe in Jupiter even though he doesn't really have much of a effect on your life. Like
until it's in retrograde.
Oh my god, yes. It wasn't until I was like around like 14 or whatever that I started having having some heretical thoughts. And like I remember this really like burned in my memory moment where it's like we've been given like this anonymous like form whatever to I guess like assess what everyone's like religiosity levels. And I remember the question was like do you believe that like Mary is the like mother of God or something like that? And it's like there's like a totally don't believe, kind of believe, unsure, totally believe sort of thing. I remember feeling so, like I felt so like so bad or whatever, putting out like I'm unsure of this. Like I'm not sure if I believe
no,
this.
The guilt tripping within like organized religions.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't even really guilt.
Well, you almost guilt trip yourself, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I went through a period of it, like when I don't want to bog people. The people are not here to fucking listen to us talk about religion. But like, yeah, I mean,
okay, we can parlay into how like what do you think the girlfriend's religions are? But anyway.
Oh god.
Yeah. So what happened was eventually like I started going on the internet more, and then I remember one day I just stumbled upon this like a online article about this guy called Richard Dawkins, who was like this thing called an atheist. And I remember before that point in time, I had not, it had never occurred to me that you could be, not believe in something.
That's an option.
I knew about, Hindus and like Muslims, and that's what in my mind I was like, everyone believes in some things. When I saw this, there's a null option, like you can believe in nothing, and then like I started researching it, and 2 days later I was like a staunch atheist, like the kind of staunch supporting for a cause you can only do when you're like a teenager.
That's probably the same way like non-binary people feel, like they finally realize there's like a middle option.
Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I would try to get in debates with my friends about like atheism and why do you believe in Jesus and shit. And they were not having it. They knew I guess they could tell I was being silly. But eventually, I became a little more reasonable. And I stopped being like a Reddit atheist.
It just gives people comfort.
As long as you're not an asshole about it. Yeah,
that's kind of. I'll be fully honest with you, right? Like I'm not gonna pretend. Like, I think people who like come out and say like I know for sure it's this. Like the whole point is faith, right? If you come out and say you know for sure, then you're not doing religion right. Like it's faith for a reason. There's no way to know for sure. But to me, it just provides comfort because I'm a very anxious person. I like to believe that there's something after death. That's really what it falls down to for me. But yeah, wow, Christian 100 girlfriend stream, let's go. What is
it's okay, our viewer base is not turning down,
it's not dropping at all.
Hopefully everybody's interested at the very least.
Well, we're very interesting people.
Aww.
Let's see here. Okay, well, I think we were gonna go through everyone's top and worst 3 girls, right? Had we only gone through Moon's, so
oh yeah, we paused in the middle of that. Wow.
All right, back to girlfriends.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, like, I would say Rin is just kind of like far and away like top 2 girlfriend. Like, it's kind of hard for me to even put 2 other girls in like the same like orbit of Rin. Mm-hmm. I mean, she's just so one relatable, and I guess probably partially because of that, I just love everything about her. I mean, I love her damn shark teeth. I love her like orgasm face she does whenever she witnesses violence and shit. And but I mean, yeah, like the thing where she has to like hide that part of herself and be like the sort of like a very put together posh personality in person is so relatable to like, I mean, making art and shit like that is what my life is about. But when I'm out among the people, I basically I'm like Nano. I don't really.
Real quick, Kirby guy just said, "What happened to reading the comments?" I'm so sorry. There's too many people.
We're going all over the place,
guys. I don't know if you noticed, we have access to super chats now.
Oh god! If you want to gain priority,
you want to really. No, I'm trying.
There was a lot of Yaku like silly comments up above when we were talking about her. One of the Lasher Luke was like, "How can you not know what a telephone is?"
I know, like
really
Yaku, now to be fair, that's a translation she wears. Is that she doesn't recognize English loan words, which
this is true.
If you gave her like
also.
But yeah,
which does make her relationship with Natty so heartwarming and so touching. But we get kind of like the the peak of that with the Farewell to Nadian chapter.
Other top 3 girls, Rios.
I mean, I like I said, because I have my my tier list I did months ago with really the update now, but
Yeah, we should all do. Yo, the 4-way tier list is gonna go so hard. I'm so excited.
4-way. Anyway, but yeah. I mean, I had Meme and like Himeka up there, but like I mean, they're nowhere near Rin. It really is. It feels disingenuous to try and act like like those characters are on the level of best girl Rin. But in terms of worst girls, I mean, disclaimer that I'm going to hype it up for chat. But I gotta say, Usa-chan would be like, if he would be the one girlfriend I'd be like, yeah, I want nothing to do with this person, please.
Moon, fight
like
him.
I'm avoiding attachment to the max. You are anxious attachment to the max. We would be like oil and fire, or oil and water, whatever. No mixing. Like, please, like for our own sake, let's stay away from each other. Let's let's say let's say we didn't, or whatever.
Rios's ideal type of love is like the type where like he's in a relationship and like they both go to like their separate rooms and do their thing and then they say hi like once a night. Maybe that's the kind of person he is.
God.
So Usa would fucking like kill him like literally.
Yeah. I would go into like a dissociative state just to get some privacy, and she'd be like, "No, that's too you. I can feel you like moving away from me. I
have to be able to smell you."
Yeah.
I've gone on record before saying I think I'm broken enough to where I'd accept Usa-chan into my life.
But same. The thing is, you would never. Oh be able
no!
To, you would never be able. It would get so old. I assure you, bro. You don't.
Oh
you
my
think you
god!
I'm sure it would.
Aijo Rentaro is in chat.
I know.
Aijo Rentaro is in chat. Where?
He just heard what I said about Usa. Oh shit! I gotta get out of here, guys. I gotta get out of here, guys.
Hey, don't you have better things to do? Saving your fucking.
No, quite literally.
That's how he got here. He's jumping across the universe. It's like Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse.
This is gonna be in the next chapter. He's like, and then I took a side tangent to this live stream. It was weird.
Yeah, quite literally, my only relationship that I've been in has, for the most part, been long distance, and so that sucked. That sucked real bad.
But I am a big believer that if you truly love each other, you can make it work. Because I know people that are like, it just can't work, and it's like, it can't work permanently. But if it's like long distance, where like you're gonna be apart for like 2 years or something, and then you come back, that should be fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, we did it for 3 years, and then everything fell apart. But that's a story for another day.
All right. Do you want me to? Do you have some worst girls for us, Rios?
I mean, because Usa-chan's like the only one that's like really that I can even pretend to be like, I hate this person.
Oh god.
But, I mean, I did have like Iku and Kyo like in the same sort of region, but I mean they're not like.
He doesn't like Iku. He doesn't like Iku. It's.
I mean, I don't hate
interesting partners you two make.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I will admit, seeing her, voice acted in the anime.
Oh,
like,
everybody stop! It's our first super chat. Everybody,
yeah!
Conrad Barnes, bow before me, mortals.
Holy.
I'm bowing.
Yep.
Let me give that a like. Thank you for the $2.
Bow before your financial might.
We're halfway to a Crazy Puffs combo. We're so good.
We know. We're splitting this 4 ways between all of us. That's gonna be. Like what was 199 divided in 4?
As a reminder,
everybody. What is 199 divided by 4? That's not efficient.
Yeah, you're right. I should just round it up.
Oh my god. I'm gonna do it anyway. 1.99 divided by 4.
I mean, it's basically 25 cents.
We're all getting. We're all getting 49.75 cents.
Yeah, 49.
But
I'm not great at math.
An important thing to point out is that we don't get any of this money until we hit 100 in the bank.
That's true, yeah.
So like it has to. So we might not see anything for like a year. We has to hit 100, but eventually we will get that $2 and it will be lovely. I will keep track.
Like maybe $100 total from YouTube.
Whatever we get in this stream, I will split between us 4 equally. So at some point down the line, Moonlight, I'll be PayPaling you 50 cents.
Yes.
Oh no, yeah.
Put a down payment on a stick of gum.
Someone's an anime only in chat. Leave while you can.
Wait, what? I don't even know what's
Yeah.
the character. Oh my!
Rito Reyes is an anime only.
Run!
I applaud the audacity, I guess, to be in here.
Yeah,
Couldn't miss the occasion.
Rito, spoiler alert, Nano's dead.
No! Who?
Yeah, who are we talking about?
Sorry,
actually?
hang on a second. Wait, who?
Yeah, some new character. I've never heard of her.
Yeah, apparently Mimi hates her, but
Yeah, it's very weird. Strange choice. Also, I just wanted to say hi to Fonky. It's his first stream that he's made. So what's up, Fonky? All right. Do you want me to go into my top and not top?
Top and bottom.
Not top. All right. I think we should start off where everyone's been waiting for. We need to discuss, among us four, we need to discuss Sue. It's time.
Oh.
Moonlight, as the most reserved, at least that's the vibe your videos give. Maybe you'll surprise me. How do you feel about Sue?
At once upon a time, she probably was my least favorite. She doesn't have a great intro, and she wasn't really that good for the longest time. Where I just kind of just went, yeah, you're there, sure, do your thing. And she didn't really start clicking. Okay, I think clicking's a little bit generous. She's still probably in my bottom 10 somewhere. But she's definitely got more tolerable over the recent chapters. The introduction, the flirty daily life chapters have done a lot for her. I think the first set of daily life chapter is where I realized with I went with, okay, you know what? She's actually kind of fun now. You can make this number shtick kind of fun. And even in the recent daily life or flirty daily life, where she said,
"Oh my god! I'm sorry, we just got $20."
Finally, something sweet.
Evolving.
Sorry, my connections. I can fix this. I'm fixing it. Here we go. Bing, bing, bing. We should be back. Are we back? Excellent connection. We're back.
Oh wait, no.
The sudden influx.
The stream is effing for back on.
No way. It actually fucking.
Okay, is it all? Are we back?
Oh, did he die?
Oh wait.
You guys are dying on my end.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Same here. What?
Are we back? Okay.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah. The sudden influx of $20 really just clogged the internet tubes.
You actually just DDoSed my entire.
Or is it Aido Rentaro? Is he trying to
sabotage? No.
Yeah.
He's reaching through the stream.
Okay,
yes, really got to tone it down on the
Red
worst
is using he's using kind of a potato laptop. So if you want to help
I
him,
don't think that was my fault.
No. We're using this Red as a way to drum up funds. He really only needs to get more RAM. He doesn't even need a whole new PC. Just it's about $20 more RAM.
Oh my god! Yeah, no. The $20. I fucking I fucking kicked over my router. That's what happened. Holy shit! Let me actually read that. Fucking A. Akko, best girl for real. Yeah, I mean, I think that was worth $20.
Yeah.
Has it Teresa, Melaforth?
Shout out.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Thank you so much. Seriously, I mean, this is new to me. I've never had a channel where super chats have been active, so this is really, really cool. Thank you so much. I feel so loved. Oh wow. So now we get $22 amongst us four. That's exciting.
Wow.
Wow. Now it's a down payment on a pizza.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Okay, I mean, okay, we're getting beat. The VTuber fans are coming out in full force. They're dropping. Gonna be doing rainbow
streaming right now.
Rainbow super chats coming down here.
HoloFest just happened, so I guess everyone's kind of flocking over here.
Thank you so much.
Huh.
It's not like I wanted to be noticed or anything. My list goes Karane, Shizuka, and then Akko for my least favorite, Rin, Kiki, and Matsuri. Wow. Oh my god, least favorite Rin.
Whoa.
Akko least favorite is crazy.
I'm sorry, I'm shaking.
Akko seems like a loved by all mankind sort of character, but
if you spend any time in the 100 Girlfriends Discord, there is a very passionate little corner of it that does not like Akko.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't go on the Reddit
I think
anymore.
you had to pay. He had to pay $100 so we wouldn't be mad at him for his ass takes. I think.
Yeah, that's the price you pay for
Holy
giving these.
I mean, yeah, Rin getting there. That's crazy on this stream.
I'm gonna have to look.
Yeah,
into
specifically
that.
when you donate to Chaos Square, the channel.
Commit some violence, or rather, I'm gonna commit violence to you for Rin, so you can. I'll record it so I can show it to Rin.
I'm gonna have to look into how. Okay, so like, because like literally on YouTube, it was like, oh, congratulations, you can make money now. And then like when you try to set up like the bank account thing, it's like, oh, don't worry, you can set that up once you hit $100. So I was like, oh, I probably have to do that for a long time. I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah, we get our first cash in now.
Yeah, so I guess I'll have to get your guys' PayPal information at some point. Wow. Oh my God. This isn't seriously,
we're really
guys.
Here.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's very cool of you. Let me give one more shot.
Yeah,
I want to say their name one more time because they deserve that. AVQ. Oh, I've seen you before in many different streams.
Yeah, they've been. Yep.
Wow. Well, hey man, if you have that deep a wallet,
they're biding their time.
Show up in our future streams.
Yeah.
Show up in a stream where I don't have to split it amongst these four as well. Give me another 100.
Oh
my God, you guys are doing single streams now just to get
No, I wouldn't be
I
nearly as
completely forgot like this is a thing that we could do now. I like when the first like blue super chat came up, I was like, oh yeah, that's the funny haha thing. Yeah,
wow, $2.
Sure. We can do that once or twice.
Yeah. By the way, still, literally, I'm not no favoritism here. Anyone, all of you, just for being here, I love you so much. And whatever you give, if you don't give unless you really can. Okay. But thank you so much. You guys are the best. I love you seriously.
For me, guys, this stream was probably your guys' most profitable idea.
Yes.
I guess we gotta meet up more.
I mean, I'm down. I'm down. Yeah, Kirby guy says, "You guys gonna quit your day jobs yet?" I would love to.
Maybe.
We're gonna need a couple $100 more for that.
My day job is I need to write a video on Jujutsu Kaisen. So
holy shit.
If you want me to quit, if you want me to drop out of university,
400.
Say again, Moonlight.
I was gonna say half of us live in California, so we need a couple more than 100.
Oh God!
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do all cost of living adjusted. You know, this is what the mean income is where I live. The medium income it has to be at least this much before I even consider going.
Yeah, my share of this is gonna go further living in Michigan than for your share.
Yeah,
rent's a little better over here, from what I understand.
You put that goal up there so we can have like a goal for like $40,000.
The goal is $1 million. Can you hit it? Wow.
Red, did we finish your girls? Did we ever get to?
Did we finish them?
I don't think so. I'd love to finish on them. Or
did we finish them?
So okay. Woof. Okay. So yeah. So Sue, my thing with Sue, and I've said it before, and I don't know if Moonlight's heard it, but you know. She's just so infant coded, you know. Her brain is not great, you know, and it's not in like a funny, silly way. It's like in a, and Rios and I have had this conversation. You feel like you couldn't trust her, like if you brought her to like a family get together. It's like, hey, meet my girlfriend. She'd be like, your shirt looks like a 7. Or something. It's like, oh my God, bro. It's just like I can just feel the cringe radiating, right? And then one of my favorite stories with Sue is it was the first chapter we reviewed. Okay, so the first chapter we reviewed was 183, the beginning of that weird fucking deserted island shit. Very bad place to start reviewing 100 Girlfriends. That chapter was weird.
What a chapter.
We just got 10 more fucking dollars.
Indeed.
Nice.
Barely afforded.
Don't do that!
Please don't do that. Yeah.
We're gonna...
Oh my God.
What?
No!
Andrew Howard.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Is this how people make money? Is this how you make money in the 2025? What is that?
I guess.
Everybody down to disband like our own individual channels
and
get into one specific like channel for all
like
of us.
MLM, or whatever those back in the day when they had those YouTube like group channels.
Andrew Howard, thank you for an amount of money I simply cannot comprehend.
I'm gonna puke.
What the fuck?
Okay, thank
you. The
you,
numbers, man. The numbers, Sue. What do they mean?
Wait, so like, why do we have rich people, like this rich people watching us? How can you just afford that? Thank you so much.
Honestly, this is the streamer.
They're holding back on buying like 300 Girlfriends figurines. It's
Okay, well,
Yeah,
thank you,
you
Kane
find
D,
the
so
whales,
much.
and then you
Pay your rent
Yes.
first before you give us money next time. Andrew Howard, I assume you're some sort of like Nigerian prince or something. Thank you for the $200. I'm actually shaking. Thank you.
no, yeah, genuinely. Even as it's being divided amongst the four of us,
It's starting to
this is
become
still the
actual
most,
money now. Yeah.
yeah, like
I know,
lucrative
right?
hour of my entire life.
Yeah,
That's
like it's
fucked.
it's
What?
like I just had like a bit of a big, not crazy, but a big like a recreational purchase. But I'm getting my money back. Like I spent
I
like
haven't
about
even been saying
$400.
anything.
Yes,
Like,
right?
I'm freeloading here.
So I'll be totally transparent with you guys when I split it up. I don't know if YouTube takes some, like, scrapes some off of this. I'm not sure what
definitely.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I'll show you. I'll make sure to be transparent. But like, wow, thank you again, guys. Holy crap.
Yes.
So back to shitting on Sue.
back to really
number
getting to the point and shaming these people for their terrible takes.
Sue, can you please read the number on screen of how much money we've made?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sue is, again, yeah, I mean, so that was the first chapter we reviewed, was that weird deserted island chapter, and you know, so and we were literally like, we did like a couple tier lists before that, like streams, just to kind of like wet our whistles. Stop.
My God.
Well, okay, give me a second.
We're never getting anywhere. 15 hours.
We were like, Sue, she's fucking
yeah.
stupid. She's like, I can't.
Yeah, I
deal with
remember
her.
I was trying to argue Sue's case, and then read.
And then the
like,
first
pulled
chapter
up
you
the one,
reviewed,
like,
she
salt
tries
water.
to drink
Let's
salt
that
water.
salt water. Like, yeah, I was trying to argue her case within that chapter, and then that's when Red put up the. I was like, yeah, you're right. I can't defend this girl.
But I do agree with Moonlight that
number
she's,
brain.
especially this most recent Daily Life, where she's like, because again, I'm reading this most recent Daily Life, and I see the number set up, and I really, really genuinely thought that the bit of that chapter was going to be, I have to stop Sue from dangling herself out of this Ferris wheel to see this number. I really did think that was going to be the bit, but actually it was, you know what? No, actually, it's okay. I can just enjoy your face and your company like a normal human person. And I was like, oh, Sue. So yeah, I mean, I'll take her from F to D-. I'll do that. I'm man enough to admit that.
Yeah, she's growing every day, just like the numbers that she loves. So.
All right, let me read that super chat real quick. Okay, so Shizuka is first. Fair enough. Yeah, Shizuka's fucking great, man. Especially she has so many good chapters. Momoha is second. Momoha, interesting choice. I do like her. I like how unabashedly horny she is. And Kishika is third. Kishika. I'm so frazzled. I'm like forgetting that.
She's a rare one.
Yes,
actually.
daddy. I loved the beach chapter with her. Like when they're, they go into their little beach home, and she joins the elusive club of people that have like actively tried to fuck Rentaro. Least favorite, May, Sue, Yaku. I think I agree with those, honestly.
Non-controversial.
A lot more Maid haters than I thought there would be.
Actually, I not gonna spoil anything, but maybe we got another one.
What do you mean? Another what? Another Maid?
Yeah.
Well,
no.
Red, are we done with your girls yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm literally like lightheaded. Okay. Okay.
Deep breath. Take some breaths.
So, wow. Okay. Well, let's see. How many bad girls did I do? Just Sue? Okay. I'm not a huge fan of either of the maids. I've said this multiple times. But I've always put Mai as worse than May. But Kirby Guy does bring up a good point in chat. Mai does have more character at this point than May, with her like yaoi loving, her kind of leaning over
manga brain.
Yeah, her ability to lean over to Meme and be like, I know what you are. And I can appreciate that. So I'll say I don't know. I just not only do I not like the Maid archetype, but like one's just personality list, and then the other one for years was literally just like, I'm here for my sister, not you, which that's something I've seen in like a trillion other of this type of series. That's not new or original or unique or anything. I'm trying to think of other ones that I really don't like. I've always been a devout me. I'm not gonna say hater, but like disenjoyer. I don't know. It's
How
just
dare you?
to me, She feels very like the normal guy pick. Like if you just brought a guy off the street and you were like, pick your woman. It's like, well, blonde hair, blue eyes, pretty, wears makeup. It just feels very like, what's your personality? Woman? Oh, okay. Moving on. I don't know. It's just like, why are you here? You're boring. I understand there's depth. She's looking for the beauty in everything, for sure. The thing about Nakamura is he takes all the tropes, even tropes I don't like, and does them at their absolute best. So out of all the beautiful characters, because like, I don't know if either of you are Bleach fans, but I think of like Yumi Chika from Bleach, right? Like, I'm beautiful and I fight with beauty. I know a lot of characters like that. I usually fucking hate them. Mimimi is the best of that archetype because Nakamura is the goat. So, but I still just fair. Yeah, I just don't like that trope. So, those are my three worst.
Yeah, Junior's the baller in chat though. Saying, it's awfully beautiful of you.
I can't believe Chaos Square just normie washed Mimimi. Yeah, dude. Fucking Mimimi is the heteronormative choice. I'm sorry if you pick her, you're straight, and you should feel bad about that.
Ironically, though, she is bi for Nano.
That's true. Well, but all women are bi. I'm a straight women truther. I don't think straight women exist. I'm kidding, by the way.
It's because of the patriarchy. It's made all women and men especially. Very heteronormal. Like in the old days before the patriarchy, there was no such thing as heterosexuality. It's a myth.
Well, it just so happens that all the women that tend to orbit my orbit are like bi or gay. It's really a track record for me. I tend to attract that type. I don't attract a lot of straight women. But yeah, and then best girls. I am and I always will be the #1 Uto enjoyer. I fucking love her, and I love how big of a turnaround she had for me, because again, she went from like, when she first was introduced, I was like, okay, this is a little cringe. I didn't get her. I didn't click. And then and this is a story I've told like 3 trillion times on stream, but like one of my favorite chapters in the series is when fucking Kiki is like, I want to learn from you. You're abnormal to the max. It's amazing. And then she has that kind of what's it called? Imposter syndrome, right? She has this like, oh shit, I'm not really anything special at all. I'm just like a fucking fraud. And we see her go home and we see her lay in her bed, and she has this Ocarina for Dummies book, and that's the moment where it clicked for me, like, oh, she is someone who's just she has this vision of herself that she wants to be, and she's pursuing it no matter how cringe it is. There was an era during COVID where I got really into TikTok, like a lot of people did, and there was kind of like a running theme on my TikTok, which was cringe culture is dead. Like, kill cringe culture. If you want to do something and it's not hurting anyone else, do it. So like the video in that I'm thinking of, it was like someone in like a little jester outfit, and they just like went outside in cosplay and sat on like a curb and just kicked their feet and did a cute little video. And they were like, you know what? I would have been embarrassed to do this, but fuck it. Who cares? The world's ending. Cringe culture is dead. Be what you want to be. And I really, really like that mentality. I love the idea that she's like, I want to be a traveling bard. I want to be an epic ocarina playing traveling bard who travels with the wind, and you never know where I might be taken. And I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna go to school dressed like this because it makes me happy, and that's how I choose to view her character. And it makes I get like teary-eyed when I see her. I'm like, this is a girl who knows what she wants, and again, like all the girls that I like, the difference maker is the self-awareness, right? When they're not self-aware, it's cringe to me, because it's like, oh, but when they know it's cringe and they do it anyway, all of a sudden it makes it better. Don't ask me why. That's just how my mind works. So yeah, that's like one of my #1 favorites. Do we have thoughts, comments, anything?
Yeah, so then why don't you like Mimimi? Because we literally see her in her intro chapter. We see her reading like basically
because being beautiful isn't cringe, Rios.
Well, I mean,
there were some nice comments about Mimimi in the chat while we were talking. Marzi plays, I like narcissists. Really straightforward. I love that energy.
And she is a fucking narcissist.
I can never. Yeah, absolutely. Curvy guy, I can never hate Mimimi since her philosophy of wanting to earn her beauty made me want to improve myself as well. Really, really nice and touching. I love the personal aspect of 100 Girlfriends. It's narrative therapy.
Yep.
Channel the 100 Girlfriends within you today, and you shall spread it across the world.
Like, genuinely, Uto's character is what made me want to learn yo-yo. Like, that was the push. Like, I already wanted to do it, but like when I read those Uto chapters, I binged this series during unemployment when I I was very depressed. I was gaining weight. It was a bad time for me. And I read Uto's chapters, and I went out and bought a fucking yo-yo on a whim. Even though I was like, oh, this might be hard. I might suck at it. People might like yo-yos aren't cool anymore. Who fucking cares? I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I completely agree with like it's narrative therapy. You can like attach yourself to a girl and like improve yourself based on I don't know, like seeing what you want to see in yourself in them.
Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, my recent like life has basically been like a reflection of Nano's, like, because I mean, I mentioned being hermit coded or whatever earlier in my introduction. I mean, I did that because I wanted to focus all of my time and attention on my like pursuits and ambitions, and socializing. Well, for several reasons, also deep social anxiety, but for other reasons, I was like, socializing is not very productive, and I didn't do that. But then I met some cool guys online, and they were reviewing some cool manga, and I started incorporating it in my life, and they made I found a way to make socializing a little productive.
Kirby guy wants your my essay backtracks.
What can I say? I feel like my is
when the time comes. You said when the time comes.
Okay, when the time comes. All right.
The time has not come.
I mean, Mai does have a lot going for her. I mean, she's got a relationship with a grandma.
She loves gay men kissing each other.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
She's basically like Momoha's big sister, I guess. Like, she takes care of her when Momoha would like let herself go be a slob, basically.
Yeah, there's a chain of sisters.
Kirby guy says, would Allie, by the way, it's ALLIE, would she come on if I get more super chats? What are you trying to do? Like, throw money at my girlfriend?
Wait, what is the...
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
I mean, you listen, Kirby guy. If you want to throw $10, I'll bring Allie on. Okay, get it to an even $3.50.
That's the stipulation.
Sure, I guess. Let's see. So how many? I've done Uto. Okay, Moonlight. This is our time. This is our time to bond. Moonlight. Karne.
Okay.
Karne is easily
Karne,
top 3.
That girl.
I genuinely have never ever liked the tsundere trope, and she does it so well that it's like I'm a new man. I'm a tsundere lover. Probably just her, honestly. But I mean, what's to say that hasn't been said already? I mean, like, it's just I love that it's treated like tsundereism in this world is treated as like an affliction. Like it's
genetic.
Yes, it's genetic. It's in the goddamn air. It's something is going on. But like, and it's okay. Conrad Barnes. Let me go get her. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah.
Oh god. Okay, time to read chat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we had
guys in my
for
chat for a little bit. It's apparently it's a meme split right now in my chat saying he's got ologist is saying that
guys,
Lucas or Maya is one of my
a woman.
What? The real?
Hi.
Well,
all right, what did you want? What did you want me to say?
Let me get myself.
Guys, questions for Allie and the questions for a real woman in the chat right now. If you guys have a question for a woman,
it's been so long since I've talked to a woman. It's been like a day.
From a girl's point of view.
Oh yeah, talk about your thoughts on the series from like I don't know, being from a girl. Yeah. You're closer to the mic though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Rentaro like is the ideal man. He's got so much time for like all these women with like really interesting personalities, and he takes the time to really appreciate them for everything they do, and it's just really sweet.
Yeah, we were talking about like how it's so different from other like harem series, and how like politically it's like very like progressive leaning, and I think whenever I remember when I tried to bring it up to you, I assume you were probably a little skeptical. You were
well, I thought it was gonna be like kind of like the Girls Bravo thing.
Have you guys heard of Girls Bravo, by the way?
Yeah.
I've only recently heard of it.
I can associate anything with it.
Girls Bravo's insane. Girls Bravo is like a less progressive, more problematic 100 Girlfriends. Yeah, insanity. Let's see if the chat has any favorite girlfriends. So she's anime only for now, but as I read through it, I've basically been showing her everything because she doesn't care about spoilers. So a couple favorite girlfriends that you've seen?
Is it Hikari?
Oh, yeah. So she loves, first one, Pinky, horny. She's always loved her.
No.
My spirit animal.
Yeah.
Who else do I really like?
I'm putting her on the spot. She's scared. I know you said you really like the look of Yamame, the tall gardener girl.
Yes, I love her. She's so cute. I love big girls.
Aww.
She's a big Dorohedoro fan. So if you guys know Dorohedoro, so she's obsessed with Noi from Dorohedoro. So yeah.
I like the grandma character. I know we talked about that.
Yeah, I showed her the Yaku's intro chapter, and she really enjoyed that's actually, Rios, I mentioned in our last review that I'm convincing Allie to maybe catch up with the manga after season 2's done, and the kind of push that she needed was seeing Yaku's introduction chapter. She was, like, really impressed at, like, just, I don't know, what impressed you about that? I shouldn't be speaking for you.
I think she's very cute, and she, like, the dynamic she has with Rentaro, I really
very unique.
Very unique. I really like it. It's like I think you said this, where it's like, oh, we'll see where it goes. Like, she's not super like, this is my boyfriend.
Yeah, I like that she's like, it feels very much like she actually is an old woman. She wasn't just instantly like, Awuga, I'm down with this polycule thing. She's like, okay, youngin', we'll see. I just have to, Thief of RPG says, Hikari, spirit animal, lucky. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just need the cute little booty mole.
Well, we can draw it on. A little Sharpie. Yeah.
Back to the booty mole. What?
See a couple more questions, and then we'll. Who paid $10 for this again? I want to make sure they get their money's worth here.
It's Conrad
Barnes. You're getting your money's worth. This is the best $10 you ever spent on a woman.
That's gonna be my
okay.
$10. Thank you.
Yeah, that $10 goes to Allie. I saw another question and I lost it. Do you like Shizuka? The book girl with the I love her.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we need to tell that story.
Don't out me.
Guys, you ain't ready, okay?
Oh.
So we're watching Shizuka, this is back when even I'm blind to this series. We're just watching season 1 for the first time. And so it gets to the part where, it's like, she doesn't, we see that she can't kind of speak. At this point I'm kind of comparing her to like Comey. Like, okay, she can't speak, she has that issue, yada yada. And I'm trying to remember how, I don't want to misquote it or anything, but Allie was basically like, I don't know, I think she'd have to learn to speak if I was going to be friends with her. And like right after she said that, we see the flashback of like her mom being like beating her basically.
Yeah. I was like, no. I was like, I take it back.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, I think she thought it was just like some kind of like, oh, I'm scared to speak, but like the more you see, the more it's like pretty clearly like some kind of disability.
Yeah, okay. Because at first I thought it was just like she's just really like
nervous or something.
Nervous, unconfident with herself. But then it's like, no, this is like actually like a physical like stutter condition she has.
Well.
Oh god. No, yeah. I mean, like, I've been used to long distance, so I am totally down for having a friend that I can just talk to over like online. That is okay by my standards. But like, man.
Well, anyway. All right. Well, thank you, Allie. Thank you, Allie, for being here.
Allie's
Thank
5
you,
minutes of
thank you.
fame.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And when she catches up with the manga, look for Allie's tier list.
Yeah.
That'll be
For your
exciting.
$10 in the mail.
Love you. All right, that was fun. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to flex on you for having a girlfriend. I know it's really rude.
Yeah, we're the single dudes over here.
Trust me, I was single for so long. I was literally. I mean, I'll come out. I'll say this. I was a virgin until I was 28. And it was with her that I lost it. You know what I mean? So there's no shame in it at all. But anyway, where was I? Okay, favorite girls. Uto, love her. Karane, yeah, I mean, she's just the moment that, I don't know, what really does it for me with Karane is like, she'll have her tsundere moment, but then like almost immediately after, she'll kind of be like, I'm sorry. Like just such a genuine, like, genuine real person reaction to that, and that's like, you don't see that. Perfect example, we just talked about it, Girls Bravo. There's a tsundere in Girls Bravo, and she is like, I mean, tsundere to like such a level where like it's like psychosis. Like, I mean, like she in the first episode, she does the like, he walks in on her in the bathroom, classic, right? And then she's like, "Fucking perv," and then he's like, "No, I wasn't even trying to look. I wasn't even trying to come in here." And then she was like, "What are you saying? You don't want to see me?" And then she hits him again, right? That's the kind of tsundere I'm used to, where it's like, you're just a fucking psycho. But like Nakamura has written her in such a realistic, feels like a normal human way. It's just so refreshing. And just like Moonlight said in his tier list, I love her like want to be a mother one day, which is just so, you wouldn't expect that from a tsundere character. It's just so wholesome, so sweet. I love that she's practically as horny as Hikari. She just kind of masks it better. It's great. Any thoughts on Karne?
Better, like, showing of like, Karne is just as down bad, like most of the other girlfriends, when like right in the not first chapter, second chapter, she literally said, when the cat was messing with her, she literally said, like, I'm not mentally prepared for that. It's not saying she's not ready for it or she doesn't want to do it. She just needs to prepare. So she's already down to do anything.
Yeah, just a little warning, please. Like,
which
if
I
you're
got like,
bad
okay,
at
so we're going right up.
God, yeah, wow. I had something else to say, but I lost it, so we'll move on. Third favorite? God, I haven't thought about this in a long time. Tom is up there. Fuck, dude. Rios, you know me. What other favorites do I really have? Oh, I love Rin. I love
Iku, right? Iku.
Oh, thank you.
Come on,
yes,
man.
yes.
Iku.
I'm sorry. Listen, all right. There's 100 of. Well, there's 32. 31. 32? Wait. I'm losing track. Is it 32 or 31? Okay.
32.
Well, Rios...
No.
Rentaro is one of the girls,
I
okay?
know all the orders of the girlfriend. Kusari's number 4 or whatever.
Hey, did you guys see one of the best streams we ever did? Rios and I did a stream where we basically just didn't end the stream until I memerized every girlfriend name.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I really love that stream, because by that time, I had already, like, done like my list of like, I know all the girlfriends' names and all like the order in which they were in. Like, yeah, we know Tama's 24, we know like Kiki 25, stuff like that.
Yeah, so
just like seeing someone have to learn that and using Anki. You're just really good.
Well,
really
so
good.
yeah, I mean, for almost everything I read, I almost always like just give nicknames to characters, like, and I've come such a long way. Like in our first like 10 reviews, I would basically just be like, yeah, so Grandma Girl goes up to Masochist Girl, and now I actually know their names. It's really nice. But yeah, I would say yeah. So Iku is really up there.
That was pretty crazy.
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like, yeah, that was crazy. I started that stream like, okay, we're gonna see how far we can get with this. But yeah, I mean, you managed to get. I mean, you not only managed to get them mostly in 2 hours, but you remembered them. It's been like months. I'm so proud of you.
That's how much I love this fucking series, man. Like, I really wanted to. I actually genuinely wanted to. But yeah, Iku, I think I learned about myself through this series that I think I'm kind of into that masochism shit. Like, it's kind of not to her level, obviously, but like if you can spank a girl's ass and she comes from that's objectively hot. I'm sorry. So like the fact that she's down for that is great. Also, just like super attractive, like being like fitness is really attractive to me. Like I would love to go on runs with her. I'm in the process of losing a bunch of weight right now, and it's like I love running. Even despite the fact that I'm a chubby guy, I really do love to run. It feels really good. Rios and I have talked about this. I get that runner's high that apparently some people don't get that. That sucks. I don't know how you would even like exercise if you didn't get that. Like when I run, it sucks for like 5 minutes and then it feels amazing. So I relate to Iku on that. So yeah, I mean, I would love going on like fucking mile runs with her. I'm sure she would want to go like 10 miles. I'd probably tap out after like 1 or 2, but I think she'd be supportive about it. She'd be like, that's fine. I'm going to go around a couple more times. You rest. So I can envision dating her. Like she's very... and again, she also does that perfect balance that I love with all my favorite girls. They balance it so well, where it's like they have their weird thing, but see, this is the test. This is the red test. Do you feel confident introducing this girl to your parents? Okay. I don't want to introduce Sue to my parents, but I can introduce Iku to my parents because I trust her to not stick her ass out at my parents and ask them to paddle it. Okay, she has the self-control. She can talk about baseball and
That's not first meet shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
I've been a bad girl.
She is willing. Yeah, she's so good. Anyway, but yeah, so I would say those are probably my current top 3. Who's next? Anyone?
Yeah, sure. I think I'm the last one. Let's see. Any comments that
Oh yes.
just kind of people following up with my joke. Sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll go. I think if anyone's watched my videos, they know I have a top 3. It's very straightforward. Akko, Karane, Momiji. So let's see.
Peak. Those are peak decisions. And I'm a big Momiji fan. I know that Moonlight, I think if I remember correctly, you said she's a little one note, and she is a little one note, but like, God, she's so charming.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. No, yeah.
Charming note.
When I was making this tier list, it was before we actually got Moonlight to do this stream. So like this was kind of my introduction, and so I had to order them on like an actual legitimate bell curve. So now I have everything kind of prepared. Momiji, definitely like one of the cutest girls, definitely. A lot of comfy fashion, stuff like that. There was like a little diatribe by call me C, I think, in the fan server, just like posted about Momiji today, and I was like, yes, I love everything about this and everything about her. The little movie buff part of her character that comes out when she says stuff in English in the manga, love that. Just like the passions and career interest stemming from the passions, everything like kind of in the shameless energy, the confidence with which she does everything, and then sometimes that breaks. Fondling Festival Part 2, when she gets fondled by Rentaro, like because they swap bodies, that is just very silly to me. Love
I really like that chapter,
her.
by the way, because now I don't like the non-consensual aspect of it. I felt kind of bad for them, but I do I liked that chapter because that was one of the first glimpses we saw of an Uto character break. Because I like Uto the best when she breaks that kind of, I don't know, the shield she's put up, right, which is her like character. So to see that's kind of, I think that's one of the first moments that we get that like eep, like, you know, thing of her, that she's very easily startled. Mm-hmm. Yeah, her in the fucking movie theater. Oh my god, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, just like an aesthetic I would love to mimic if I, you know, were convinced that I could pull it off. Really nice. Love the cotton candy. Just the fits in general. Really good. And obviously chapter 190, the Gropergy chapter, really, really strong. Like,
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask Moonlight. Yeah. So I you know, we reacted to your tier list on stream. By the way,
one heart. Heart in the recent one.
Yeah, that's where our stream crashed. Like right when we finished Momiji section.
Oh yeah, because you sent me a bunch of Momiji faces and I clicked on it and it like crashed my laptop. So but no, Moonlight. In that video, you were talking about how kind of she's a little bit one note, but that was before the Gropergy chapter. So I was curious if the Gropergy chapter did anything for you.
I mean, it was nice to see her like do something just different, but at the end of the day, I said this in my I said this in my video. At the end of the day, she's still the same person. She didn't learn anything of like, maybe I should do this a little bit less, or maybe I should hold back or something.
Find other hobbies.
I will push back against that. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Rentero's daily life chapter. When she goes and views like other girls having like these floppy titties around, walking around with Rentaro, she's like, oh, puni puni, like all that. But like she doesn't make an active choice to rush to them unconsensually. Just she's okay
growing.
She's growing.
She will only do it unconsensually if she has the cover of being in someone else's body.
And it's the same thing in the chapter with Sue, like in the like little vignette with Sue, where she forgoes like her main passions in order to like sustain the date with Rentaro. So good. It's so good.
And that's by the way, that is what separates this series from other series, right? Like, I mean, like just they feel so human. I love that about this series. You can tell Nakamura is making like an actual effort to like make these girls three-dimensional, and it's so satisfying. Like we get to expect when a new character shows up, like Hasu. I wasn't instantly down for Hasu. I was I was a little iffy on her, but I know that she's gonna get more, you know, and I have this trust in the author. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hasu, it's kind of interesting in the latest chapter, we got her like origin story. Like usually they've been saving those for volume extra. So now I'm like, okay, whenever we get to this volume in 2 years, like what are those volume extras gonna look like?
Maybe it'll be her as like a baby. Probably a baby, right? Like I imagine like as like an infant, she had this like Superman level of fucking like senses. I was
smelling things from the other side of the planet.
I was mentioning that I would, I'm assuming everyone here is aware of like Smallville, like the show of Superman as like a kid or a teen.
No.
Yeah, really.
I'm sorry.
I'm aware. Before your time. This is like early 2000s, I think. Like early 2000s, maybe. But yeah. So anyway, there's a thing, and I'm sure this has happened in like Superman comics as well. But this is where I first saw it, where like as he's like learning to adapt to his like super senses, like there'll be a moment in a lot of those like Superman shows where he's like in class or something, and he can just hear like everything. I mean, he can hear like the whole city at once, and it's like overwhelming, and he's breaking down because it's just so much. And just, I would like to see a moment like that with Hasu for smells. I mean, I can't imagine what the world must be like for her. You know, like, I mean, she knows what a fucking crow smells like. I just, I can't get over that. I don't know how you know what a crow smells like, but I don't know. Like, I mentioned in a previous video that like it would be cool if maybe like a period, maybe once a month she has a period of time where like it's like ultra. It's crazy sensitive to the max, and she has to like lock herself in her room on that day. Yeah.
It's like Toph's seismic sense. Like I can feel like the vibrations of everything.
I can smell those ants over there.
I can smell the pheromones that the ants are producing to communicate with each other, and I can actually translate ant by smelling that.
This is when I go from the great detective to maybe not so good a detective.
Yeah, no, I think, and I mean, like, because that's the thing, you can make anything, no matter how serious or no matter how silly of a character, you can make it into a serious arc. You know, sniff fetish character, make it so one day she's so overwhelmed that she's like getting vertigo, and then they have to help her with that. That's awesome. I love that.
Hey, some comments in the chat. Kirby Guy still wants us to read the Momiji analysis. I've read it. Don't worry. I know what you're talking about.
I don't know if live on stream that'd be the best thing, but I definitely will at some point.
Sorry for butchering the name, but Explosia. Who would you guys want to see in the Meet the Parents kind of chapter? I'm interested in Momiji. Her things has to come from somewhere. I love that. I think we have seen Momiji's mom at the very least, and she does have that like bite to her mouth. Love it.
I like that in this series. It's basically, I mean, I suppose not just in this series, but in the world, this is how this works. But it's a coin flip. Is it nature or is it nurture for all these girls? Right? Did some traumatic thing happen to make them this way, or were they born that way? And it's always like a surprise. Like Rios and I were talking about, and it's funny because of the chapter we just got. But who's Nano jokes aside, we were talking about wanting more development for Nano, and Rios was like, what made her be like that? And I was like, hate to break it to you, I'm pretty sure she was just born like that. Like this feels like autism.
Yeah, because that has been a long-standing question I've had since the beginning of like why why is she like that? Because people like that. Speaking as someone who was very nano-coded, there's usually a reason for that. Whether it's external pressure from like family or like some sort of internal driver ambition. But yeah, I mean, it does seem like Nano is just he's just her. He's just efficiency coded, I guess, to the max. He's hard coded that way.
I mean, I think the correct answer in real life is almost always that it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, right? Like, they both poke at each other in nature and nurture. So like, I think we could still maybe see like she was born autistic already, but then like the way she was nurtured dictated the direction that autism went. Is she gonna have obsessed with trains autism, or obsessed with numbers autism, or obsessed with efficiency autism?
Oh God! Imagine if the volume extra was like about Nano and her backstory, and then why, like she gets like the one flashback of why she tailors so much of her life around it. efficiency.
I would love that.
Oh,
You know,
interesting.
Nakamura, if you're listening, you know, then yeah.
And we know he's listening,
okay.
obviously. He's actually that
Yeah,
Rentaro
yeah.
Ijo guy in the chat, I think.
Oh my god, yeah.
Nakamura, if you're listening, I know you have money. Donate $1,000 right now.
That's how we'll
Nakamura,
know.
if you're listening, I know you don't have money. The yen is weak. Please take care of yourself.
The U.S. currency is about to be weaker.
Oh my god, yeah. It's gonna be all
God.
crypto coin, and
Ew. Oh, yeah.
they're gonna do a huge pumping up scheme on the entire country. You know, it's gonna be great.
I have to
Yeah,
say.
and by the way, to get back on track.
I'm sorry, real quick. Clover.
backtrack?
Okay.
What?
Clover. I have to say to Clover. I saw what Clover said, and my fucking stupid brain rot thought he meant to say trans girlfriend win, but then I realized we were just talking about trains. So, trains girlfriend win. Win.
Yeah, train DM.
The public
In the
transit.
future.
It's much stronger in Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna
Dang.
say, like,
Oh,
trains
yeah.
are a much bigger deal in Japan. So a train enthusiast or a
Yeah, train
daughter of a
otaku,
train
yeah.
conductor or something like that is probably in the cards somewhere.
They do have to rent out like a whole car for like
God,
all
you're
of
right,
them
yeah.
by now, though, right?
From when I started this series, I was so excited to get to the moment where they get to go to the movies, but with the whole group, and every single seat is someone he's dating. I am so ready for that.
Yes.
There's the one person, and there's like,
Yeah, there's
who are all
one
you
person.
people?
It's like, who the fuck are all these
Like
people?
am I the only one left out? Do all these people know each other? Oh,
They're all
God.
laughing like in sync. Oh, you know what it would be? They would all have the theater. There'd be one free seat, and they'd be like, who's gonna buy that seat? There's no way. And then like the other guy walks in, and it's that meme where like everyone looks at them like, what the fuck are you in here?
Clover is snapping back with the synthesis. Trans GF who likes trains. We need it. Love it.
Ooh,
Love it.
That's the classic
Transportation?
100 girlfriends fucking twist right there.
It's the Biorin shit. It's the Toransi quotation.
Oh my lord.
That would be their catchphrase. Wowza.
No, see, we can't have a transportation girlfriend because that means we would actually go somewhere besides the school rooftop.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh no, we
That's
can't have
gonna-
that.
that's gonna be the
yeah.
fun-
Roll it all back. Roll it all back.
Post time skip, 100 girlfriends is going to be marked by them actually traveling places. That's what I want.
I would be down for that. Like finally, like good
We
lord,
get to like summer vacation
yeah.
one day. Who the fuck just said Chugga Conroy and why? Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh, trains. Chugga. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You guys know who
I
Chugga
have the
Conroy
two
is?
lines.
I haven't heard that. That's like OG YouTube.
Yeah, I know
Holy
that's like
fuck.
a name I haven't
I'm
heard
like
in a long
1
time.
degree separated from the Chugga Conroy fandom. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I have no idea. This is my first time seeing that collection of characters.
And I have friends who have made fan art that have
wow.
been like featured on his channel, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, but no, didn't get
There you go.
into
1 degree
like
separate.
the
I'm 1
content
degree
personally.
separated
A
from
baller.
Tekking 101. I always like to brag about this. Watch any of Tekking 101's videos. There's a hollow Ichigo mask like to the left back of his room. I made that in high school out of paper mache and sent it to him. That is mine. He's had it on his wall for 10
Hey,
years.
wow.
Mhm.
Man, that's a,
I'm very proud.
that's
of that.
a long kept possession.
He likes it a lot
I
too,
love
because then
that.
he moved and then it was still on his wall, and I was like, "Oh, he took it."
Aww.
So good. But
All
anyway,
right.
Hundo
We've-
girlfriend.
Yeah, we've exhausted. Let's do some backtracking. Karane. God.
Ooh, I'm glad we all love.
Yeah,
Karane.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
what else have we not talked about Karane? I know what we haven't talked about for Karane. Miyu Tomita in the Japanese dub. Dear God, I know, Red. You prefer the English VA.
I
for
like
her.
them all, but
like
Blast
the
Out a
Gremlin.
Piss, okay? Blast Out a Piss won me over. We'll talk about it after the sub, but I mean,
No, yeah. No. I absolutely like Karane's ENVA is really good too, but specifically the way that Miyu Tomita does the tsundere, and just like it's all pure perfect, like returning to the very roots of tsundere. There's the half that is aggressive, there's the half that returns to like that loving or caring like side of the person that doesn't it's also the kind of uncontrollable energy factor that it's not necessarily something that Karane is say proud of or wants to keep. We see that in Tsundere Lost, but God, it's so good. Miyu Tomita, the way that she varies her deliveries, everything like about the timbre of her voice, it does so much for me, like for the character and imagining her, like she sells it for me. It's wonderful.
Fair enough. Now
I don't know. I thought I had more.
I want to talk about the dub now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait. Let me put my piece.
Oh,
in.
fair enough.
I will never forget that squeal he made in the swim, like the pool chapter where
when he pulls off her.
Goes off. Yeah, that was. I mean, I don't know how.
Top tier.
Yeah, I don't know how she came up with that sound, but it was like, yeah, in the memory banks for good. Yeah.
So Moonlight.
I mean, like I'm
sorry,
a voice actor fanatic. Like I love recognizing VAs. Sometimes I can do that like on the first line that they deliver. That is kind of embarrassing for me. Maybe I should have a little shame, but like the amount of like love put into the craft of Japanese voice acting specifically. I know like there are really good English voice actors that I do admire, do love, do like kind of aspire to, but I've kind of quit having that dream. I'm more and more searching to be a teacher now, but yeah, it's just such a wonderful field to see the passion coming through, the ways that people can diversify their deliveries of something and yet like still be true to a character. It's so impressive. And yeah, go ahead.
No. I mean, like, so Moonlight, have you seen the dub of the anime?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm all caught up on that.
Bro, blast out.
Marlon in the chat, sorry, asking if anyone's seen the German dub.
The German dub? Oh,
no, yeah. I have not actually.
I have.
What? Oh wow, you really are a fanatic.
No. Like, it's just like something I saw on a site like that I watched 100 Girlfriends on, and just like oh, it has a German dub. They're actually pretty faithful to the Japanese dubs. I would say more so than the English voices. It's interesting to see, but like since I don't know the language, I definitely don't know the fucking expectations or whatever you have of dubbing.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it's good to know that apparently.
I watched the clip of Karne with the lie detector machine in the German dub, and I'm like, oh, this is like really good. Like,
it's
Karne
good to know
German dub voice actor is like really good.
Yeah, I'm sure this is something that. Oh, sorry, it's still more.
No.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say it's good to know that apparently 100 Girlfriends is being shared across the world.
Yes, the love.
Yeah, 100 Girlfriends is the antidote to Andrew Tate.
Thank God.
I think it is.
I would love to see Rentaro confront that man.
He would fucking beat his ass. He'd find a way. Oh my God. But what was I gonna say? Okay, so yeah, no, I mean, I just love how like the dude bro energy that comes out of Karne in the dub. I'm sure that's there in the other languages too, but I mean, you can tell me. Backtrack. Is it like the kind of like girls who say bruh energy?
Or
is that specific?
It's probably
energy? A little more girly than that, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Karne is still like quite the individual, like disparate from Hakari, say.
Yeah, well, so I mean, that adds a lot to me because I am obsessed with Tomboys. I love them so much. There was that meme a while ago where it was
I get it.
Yeah, you know,
I understand.
What is it, like girls who say hi versus girls who say sup? Girls who say bruh, you know, that I love a girl who says bruh. So like, you know, she does a lot of like, come on, bro, it's not that serious, you know, like, in the dub, and I love that. I'm a big fan of girls being willing to make like gross humor. I just love the dichotomy because most women are, you know, it's getting a little better in modern day, but women are really raised to be, I think, like, you know, more don't speak like that. It's not ladylike, and it's very attractive to me when a woman is willing to make a gross joke or be like cuss a lot. I love that. I always have. So, you know, Karne, her first thought to be an excuse to say, I was just looking for a place to blast out a piss. It's just like, bro, imagining like Karne describing going to the bathroom as blasting out a piss is so. I mean, she had me instantly. I was like, oh my god, that's peak girl right there.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say. I love her dub voice a lot.
Yeah, the appropriation of like gyaru, like the gyaru subculture in 100 Girlfriends. I mean, like the whole craze, I guess, around that kind of gyaru that really gets into like is passionate about your interests as a self-insert MC or whatever. Like Gojo, not saying that Gojo is a self-insert MC and Dress Up Darling, but like started with Kitagawa Marin, or I shouldn't say started. That's probably like a lack of knowledge on my part. But yeah, definitely popularized. I really love to see that kind of just a girl that is passionate about life. So that's why I guess I tend to gravitate a little bit more towards Akko than Karne, but there's still that aspect of Karne in it where she is just so in tune and like sometimes too passionate, overly passionate. She buys like the whole vending machine out for her Rentaro in her introduction because she just like doesn't know which. It's so good.
While we're talking about Karne as well, I did want to bring up. I really do you watch our videos, Backtrack? You do, right?
Yeah, I've been a fan for quite a while. I wouldn't say from the first videos, but I've definitely watched most of them. I haven't watched the Christmas one though.
No,
yeah,
that one's really good. That's actually one of our best. I really love the Christmas one. But so in the last I think it was the last chapter, they all blend together at this point, but like the daily life where she like knocked over all the shit onto them in the gym. I fucking love that moment. And I coined a phrase that I saw a couple people calling out in the chat, post-soon clarity. It's like post-nut clarity, but for a tsundere. And I talked about in that chapter how like what was interesting about that moment is that we were actually cutting in post the tsundere moment. So she was already, first thing she was saying was like, oh, she was in her like, I'm sorry mode. And like, I really like that. I like that she's able to just, I don't know, like, come down that quickly. So, and also because once she got all that out of her, she was very willing to just hardcore make out with Rentaro, right? Like the tsundere was all out of it, all blasted out of her in that big moment, like a piss, in that big moment where she pushed all that shit off of him. And I just, again, I do love that about Karne is that like once that's out of her, it's almost like it's like Tourette's in a way. Like she has to like get it out of her system. It's like a tick, and then once it happens, she is willing to do all the kissing and the cuddling and she underneath the tsundere, she's like one of the most sweet, loving, wants to be held girls in the whole group. She just has to get through that little layer, of like pride, and it's very, very cute.
Yeah, depleting the meter. Junior Zavala in chat says, came back, Karne German VA is quite nice. And I really love the concept of just leaving the stream for a little bit
looking
to
up
listen
the video.
to the German dub.
Nice.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I won't hold it against you. That's really funny.
Moonlight, you haven't said something in a while. You got something to say?
No, I'm just enjoying the Karne appreciation. I'm gonna have my own headcanon that if it wasn't for the whole soulmate problem, Karne would be Rentaro's soulmate. Like I am fully, I'm gonna believe in that. Like they're the ones that are supposed to be together.
I see it. It's kind of blasphemous to say that in this fandom, but I see it.
It is kind of blasphemous.
I think Karne is just a lovely.
I mean, there's a reason why she was the first one to be proposed to. I mean, just saying.
I like that a lot. Yeah, no, that's good. See, that's a question I could see, like that question being asked to the god of love, but like I don't know. So I don't know how far any of you are in One Piece, but there's a moment in One Piece where Luffy has the opportunity to just ask someone who has seen the One Piece what the One Piece is. So Usopp is like, old man, is it real? Did you find the One Piece? And Luffy's like, stop! I don't want to know. That the adventure is like half the fun. I could see a moment where, I don't know, like somehow, maybe like in the final bit of the series, like all the girlfriends like meet the love god, and they try to do that, like, but who would have been his soulmate if he didn't make that mistake? And then Rentaro would be like, I don't want to know. Doesn't matter. You're all my soulmate. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely within Rentero's character, so that makes a lot of sense.
And like, I know it doesn't
would
work
tear
for like
the
a dramatic
fandom apart.
tension moment. Moonlight.
What's that?
You were talking.
No. Yeah.
I was just saying like it would be within Rentero's character to do that. Like he wouldn't want to know, and then if we did find out, it would tear the fandom apart.
Yeah,
so we don't
they
want
would never.
that.
Oh yeah,
Oh
That
yeah,
would be
no,
evil.
absolutely not.
we would break
Yeah,
down
I know-
sectarian infighting. Oh, yeah.
I know from like a dramatic tension standpoint, like the reveal of the love god has to be like something massive, but like I always picture it to be like, Rentero, we've read the manga. We know about the
Yes.
whole love god.
So you remember when we showed Kiki the literal manga? Like we all know.
Well, not only that, but they've also encountered, like the god of board games.
God of
and
Infinity, yeah.
That's
Oh
true.
yeah.
Oh, another one of these.
publishing terms.
So I will say,
Infinity God.
I want to answer real quick. Walnut is asking if we're going to review the light novel. I know Moonlight is planning on doing that.
I have it.
Yeah, I also have it.
I'm currently
I
reading.
do not
through
have it.
I had to take a break from it because it's
Mid.
it's a choice.
Is it?
Yeah, specifically the third one is just it's rough to get through.
Oh, yeah. I've only read the first chunk, where it's like kind of a day in Rentero's life going through each girl. But no, I'm planning on finishing it at one point. I will say it doesn't feel the same. You can tell it's a different author. Like it just doesn't have the same, I don't know, twang to it. In my opinion.
Damn.
Nakamura definitely looked over it, but yeah, you can tell it's not him.
Damn.
And I'm gonna bring this up like in the reviews whenever I get around to doing them, but this almost feels like an alternate timeline kind of thing, which would have been crazy for me to say before the recent chapter. It's like,
Yeah.
alternate timelines. But this really does feel like an alternate timeline kind of scene with the way the character. I just don't know if I'm not used to the Seven Seas version of the characters and the way they talk. But I also do remember reading a fan translation of the light novel a little bit ago. And I only read like the first story and it did feel off. Like, so even in fan translations, something was off.
Well, it reminds me of...
Literally,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, literally in the first one, like you read the first story.
Yep.
Almost every paragraph started with, here is this character who is also Rentaro's girlfriend. And they say that 7 different times.
I mean, it feels
hate
like
when writers do that.
it's trying to introduce the concept to someone who somehow has just picked up this light novel without having read the manga. But yeah, no, it's definitely not as good. But as a super fan of this series, I'm willing to own every piece of paraphernalia. It reminds me, I've been into Doctor Who for a long time. Kind of fallen off because it's very shaky in terms of quality. It'll go up, it'll go down. But there are like novelizations of Doctor Who episodes, and like that's something that I noticed, like when you read it, it's so different. It just doesn't have, it's missing something. And a big part of Doctor Who is like the charisma of the Doctor and the actor that's playing it, and when you just put that in like text form, it just does not translate. And I almost feel like without Nozawa's art, we're really missing something, in that novel.
I mean, it can. You just have to be a good enough writer.
Yeah,
I mean, I've come across some Honey Girlfriend fanfic that have, similar energy
That's true.
to the series. And it's like, I mean, it's a skill issue, to be honest. Like, I mean,
Literally a skill issue.
yeah. They didn't get a good enough person for the job, unfortunately.
Did we have any other best... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to continue on the light novel. I don't want to give too much away of my thoughts of the light novel, but literally the one I think it's the longest one so far. It's the third story, and it's literally about them being Power Rangers and operating a giant mech.
Oh, wow. That's exciting, I guess.
That sounds like it would be exciting, but based on what you said, yes.
You would think, but no, literally most of the pages is talking about why does this giant Rentaro, it's a Rentaro-shaped giant mech, by the way. And why does this giant Rentaro mech have a P function?
Oh, so it's leaning into the early Kusari days.
Kusari stuff, and well, it's all Hahari's fault because she designed the robot. So it's a lot of that early days of the manga cringe, and you're like, because we're so farther in the manga and characters have evolved and the style and the tone of the series has changed so much that you go back to this and you're like, oh yeah, Maybe this is why people don't read the series.
I almost wonder if it's like you could all make the argument too that like whoever wrote this light novel like took the wrong things from the manga, right? Like the things that we kind of write off as like, okay, like that's there, but it's not what's good about this manga. This guy is like, haha, pee joke. That's why I like the series.
Yeah,
I can see it.
I need to look into like when did the light novel come out and when it would have been written, because what's also really weird about this, and I'm going to make a weird emphasis in the video, but it's the fact that May is the latest girlfriend in the series. Iku is not in this.
Yeah, it's really early. I didn't expect it to be like set so early in the time.
So early, and what's even wilder is the fact that even the anime made fun of this. Is the introduction between May and Iku is so small, like it's literally 2 chapters or a single episode. And yet they are cramming in 5 extra stories of just girlfriends from Hakari to May, which isn't a bad thing because that's just who you have at the time. It was just a weird coincidence. Like the shortest amount of girl span between 2 girlfriends is where you stuck this light novel.
This just means there are like 10 between like regular girl introductions.
The amount of content,
so you need to really add to your timeline.
The amount of content we've missed out on, you could write tomes, you write libraries about the shit they've got up to. Because I mean, in that recent in the latest Nano chapter, we literally open up to her, having
looking
a
at a
date
that hasn't existed.
Yeah, but that date with like Hasa and Usa-chan and the other girlfriends, like damn, like they're getting busy.
I want that date. It has all my favorites.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Moonlight. Marzi Plays in chat says, "Would you still recommend others to buy the light novel? I can't speak on this because I got it as a Secret Santa gift."
Yes, because one, you want to support the series, and buying the manga and the light novel from a official retailer like a Barnes and Noble and Amazon, whatever's in your region, does support the series. So I say yes to that. And it's not that expensive. I got it for like $13.
Yeah, it's also not pay more. Bad. Like we're not saying it's bad. It's just sorry, go ahead.
It's just kind of eh.
It's like reading.
If you want more.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, if you want more content, there it is. There's 5 more stories, but you have to go in with the sensibility of go reread like the first 3 volumes of the manga so you can get back into that headspace of what the series used to be like in terms of how the characters portrayed themselves, how the writer wrote them and whatnot. So you can kind of get back into that headspace instead of the more developed way the series is now.
Also, the best argument is that it'll look nice on your shelf. Completionism. You got to have it all.
Yep. It's a conversation piece.
What is it like? We feel the same about our lower tier girlfriends that we feel about the light novel. Is that a?
I will get a Sue
fair
figure.
Comparison.
I will get a Sue figure. That's how much I like this series.
Aww. Yay!
That's a peace offering. I'm reaching the olive branch out.
It's very brave of me to say, but I will also get a Rin figure if they ever come out. So brave of me.
I'm so scared to
fiending for the Aka.
I'm so scared of getting any figure because I'll just look at if I just get a Karane figure and I'll be like, okay, but I need everybody else now.
Now I need them all. I do want to show.
And what's gonna happen is merch is probably gonna die off. Like, what if the series just ends and the collection isn't complete? I don't want
the anime doesn't complete or something.
Yeah, because I'm guessing the merch would only really stick around if the anime does. If the anime ever gets canceled, I'm sure merch is gonna fall off dramatically. So it's like, okay, here's merchandise all the way up to Yaku or Kishka, or if we get to season 4, what would that Moha Mai or something like that? And it's like, no, here's 50 other girlfriends that I want merch for, and there's never gonna be any.
I have to believe. I feel like it's growing, the fandom of this series. I don't know. I want to believe, and also there's just so much passion in it. I feel like even the people that make it, they really love it. So I want to believe. I want to believe that this will continue on as even if it's a niche fandom. I think it'll have enough to make it worthwhile. I would hope for them to make it. I don't know. That's my copium, at least.
The copium, yeah. I mean, it definitely feels like it because we just saw those numbers with the recent volume. It's gone up. It's it went up another 100K. So that's a good sign.
Let's go. Yeah,
the manga.
I buy physical as much as I possibly can. In fact, I hear 13 just came out in America, so I need to honestly tomorrow I might drive down to the mall just to get it. And it's got the drunk chapter, the drunk not drunk chapter.
Yeah.
Legally not drunk chapter.
I was in Barnes and Noble last week, and it just came out, and I almost bought it just because I really love that set of chapters that's Momoha introduced and all the.
Such a strong stretch.
7 Seas actually did cook on a couple pages of those.
I don't mind their translation. I have the Akko introduction one, and it's very funny the way she talks in that one too. All the like, you know. God.
No, it's funny as Momoha, you know, in her intro where they have the giant portrait of her and she says, "Please have sex with me." But no, in the 7th she literally just says, "Fuck me."
Oh!
It's like, yes.
God, insane, by the way, how forward with a high schooler.
Yeah. Only rivaled by Natty.
I need to buy the physical manga because I feel like we're now reaching the point, at least in the English version, that some of the earlier ones are now starting to become harder to come by.
Yes, they are. Every time I go to Barnes & Noble, they have Volume 3 and then, like, the newest 2, and that's it. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, it's so weird. Volume 3 is like the only one that's always there.
Yeah, I guess they must have printed a fuck ton.
Yeah,
they really like the Haku Rescue arc. Is that the volume?
Yeah, I think so. What I at this point, yeah, I might have to do what I did with Hanako, where like I had to fucking go on Amazon and get all the ones that I can't find in like physical locations. Yeah, are we alive? Hello.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So did we all finish our top 3 worst 3 girls that we started an hour ago?
I didn't finish. Yeah, no, I didn't finish my worst 3. I will say a little bit on Akko, I guess, because she's the one I didn't talk about. She's the sun. She's the goddess to which I aspire. The perfect idol to whom I try to strive to be. Everyone, yeah, like literally. I think
you even kind of talk like how I imagine she talks. Like, oh my god, like just a little faster, right? Like, she's the sun. She's my perfect goddess.
Just like she sends me.
I love her.
Totally sends me.
Where?
Okay. Well, I mean, like we said this before. Like, Akko is a universal character. She had at one point more wish list or like favorites on my anime list than Hahari, and this was like
insane.
Before season 2 even came out. So people love Akko. More manga readers love Akko than anime onlys plus manga readers loved Hahari at that point. It's insane, like how much like passion you get around like the girl with low blood pressure that loves cute things. It's so good. It's so good. I mean, like
with her, I fucking love, and again, it's just I can't stop knob slobbing Nakamura, but like the fact that she's not stupid. Right, it would be so easy to make her seem like
the emotional intelligence.
Yes, not even just emotional intelligence. Like she just talks slow. Like that's it. She and like that is such a real because okay, so this is another one that I relate to. I've struggled with brain fog a lot in my life. I had a period of my life where I didn't know what the fuck that was. I'd never heard of that, so I was like, "Am I dying? What's happening?" Like I just started like not being able to think and being dizzy all the time, and I got like all the luckily I was still on my parents' insurance at this point, so I got all the medical tests and all that, and they're like, we don't see anything wrong with you, and that's horrible when you feel like shit and they can't find anything wrong. So I was not in a good place mentally. And you know what I did end up finding out was I just had to kind of adjust my diet, and B, magnesium. Take magnesium. I fucking love magnesium. That shit's my eat it up like Pez dispensers. Not really. But, no, it's not. It's good for people with fibromyalgia, which they determined that I had. But basically, all that to say, I relate to that idea of like because when I'm having a brain fog problem, it can be really self-conscious. What's the word? Like it'll fuck with my self-esteem because like you'll be in a conversation and like like they'll talk and you'll be like, I'm sorry, what did you just say? And like so like I see that in her where like she literally does have low blood pressure, but she's intelligent and sometimes she says the smartest things in the group. Her helping Sue was really emotionally intelligent.
Yeah.
And it's just that she talks slow. And the fact that like those friends of hers were like, you didn't fucking respond fast enough. It's like, not only is that so mean, but also like, I've been there before too, where I've like accidentally been like a little too quick to judge. Like, hey, did you hear me? But I didn't give them enough time to respond. So it's a really realistic situation, and like I really vibe with that. That's like a perfect example of like a really simple character trait that instantly hooked me to her. It reminds me of how I like with Fire Force. They instantly like introduced Shinra as like having this quirk where when he's like stressed or anxious, he smiles, and his smile looks really devilish.
Right.
So people assume he's evil. So when he was like a little kid kid, his mother died in a fucking house fire, and so they're pulling him out of the house fire, and this little kid who's like crying but like smiling because that's what he does when he's stressed, and they're like, I bet he started the fire, that little devil. And it's like, oh my god, it's just like, it kind of reminds me of that, right? You just like, oh, I felt for her instantly with like the low blood pressure thing, and like, oh, but she's so smart behind those stupid little eyes.
Oh god, I love her. Okay, so I think my love for Akko is very self-explanatory. Moving on to the bottom.
Bottom.
Let's see, the bottom girls, the not top ones. Sorry, I need to use that.
A tier list where it's
see.
just which girl's top, which girl's bottom.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's doable. Let's see. Okay, let's drop the bombs. Sue, May, and what's her name? Oh god, Saki. It's like I saw her.
Yeah, I can see Saki. I can see Saki. He hasn't had time.
Wow, the Saki hatred. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Saki just hasn't had the time to develop yet.
Yeah.
That's all she's missing.
Both
This is
height-wise
true,
and
but, like,
character-wise.
Despite being a
This
super
is-
senior, yeah, he hasn't had.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is true, but they're also, like, Nemu and Hasuha have had, like, their moments of development where I really connected to them. I don't know, Saki, I'm just not sold on her yet. It's
I just thought of an obvious joke that I'm surprised hasn't happened yet. I want them to go into like a grocery store and for her to try to get a senior discount card. Like, why? What the fuck? I'm the most
Like,
senior. Where is my senior discount card? Thank you very much.
she just looks for, like, the most expired things on the shelves. Like, these are the oldest things. No.
That would
She's
now
not
see
that
that if
bad,
she
I
started doing that, that would put
Yeah,
her on
no,
like Sue level. Of
That's
like,
Yeah,
Sue level yeah, shenanigans.
old.
God.
Oh my god. No, I agree with you. Do you agree with the idea that can we all agree here that Nemu is the best of like the new girls? She's excellent. I love her.
Out of the
Nemu
recent, like,
was
4 or
really
5,
strong.
yeah.
I'd
Came
say
in
like the last.
swinging.
Oh, Meru's really good too. Yeah, but like
Yeah,
Nemu
Meru's-
really impressed me.
Yeah,
I will say I'm a little lower on Meru than most people.
Oh,
Oh.
Did you hear
I'm
that
in despair.
disappointment?
Hearing that puts me in despair.
I put everyone here in despair.
Yeah, no, but I mean, honestly, I might even like Nemu more than Meru. I'll say it. I really like Nemu.
I'll say it. I'll say that I like Nemu more than Meru.
Let's go.
I'll say that.
Nemu is like the
I'll say
perfect 1, 2, 3 punch for me. Like for the sleep thing was already great, but then you added on this like weird like lore about her family, but like thinking that like elves are finishing their
Yeah.
work when really they're all just fucking like narcoleptic, and then oh, just
Meru
the cherry on top,
jumps in.
the fucking adrenaline junkie thing, peak. So good, and then the double like the chocolate syrup on top of the cherry. That movie theater date with fucking she's already fits in so well. Her design's great, and she has like a role. I talked about this in our video with me and Rios, in our review for that chapter. She feels like almost like a guardian angel for the group. I really appreciate that chapter where they all fall asleep, but she's like helping them through their nightmares. It feels like I don't know if you remember, Rios, that was a situation where I said something like, in any future sleep events, she'll be the hero, and you were like,
Yeah.
those very common sleep events.
Yeah. Happen all the time. I can't tell you how often I've seen it.
Yeah, it just feels like she really slots in really nicely. She has like a purpose in the group, and I really like. Yeah, I like her a lot.
The only thing about Nemu for me that I just don't like is a strong word to say, but I think she has the weakest design, like character design, out of the most recent girlfriends. There's
That's
really
fair.
nothing to it outside of
Yeah.
like maybe her sweater is kind of neat. But
No, yeah, I mean, when she first showed up, I said this in our review too. I almost, who did I say she looked like? Was it she? There was like a panel where she kind of looked like Shizuka, I think.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah,
I
yeah.
compare
The way
her
they're
also-
at the kind of the same.
You also like
Am I-
her being
Hold
like.
on, Moonlight was gonna say something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say in my video I compared her to Hikari, at least like in the face design. Like they have a very similar, it seems like, facial structure. At least when at the very end of the chapter when she was like all downtrodden, like, oh, this is just another dream. Like she looked very much like Hikari for me. Like if ever
Yeah.
Hikari was ever downtrodden, that's what she would look like. So
She's just a
I think I even made
mishmash
the
of a
joke
bunch.
that Nozawa's running out of faces.
Maybe. I mean, she's done incredible so far. I can't believe it. Really, it never should have lasted this long. Honestly, by all accounts,
Yeah.
it makes no sense. I don't mean that like it shouldn't. I meant like it's insane that they've managed to do it.
No, I mean, yeah, the craziest thing about 100 Girlfriends is that it's still good.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
good.
Like,
It's
we keep
unbelievable.
developing all the characters. We keep like saving time for the family to actually be people. It's not like oh, here's 2 girlfriends a chapter. It's a 100 chapter like 2-year thing, whole endeavor. No, it's we have actual people who we are invested in and like kind of like tie our lives to. It's so
Yeah.
crazy. Like how the craziest part about 100 Girlfriends is how good it is.
Yeah, Tease Day, by the way, I like her tired eyes. Very relatable.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Also, I'm trying
The
to figure out
implications.
what Tiller is meaning here. I consider all of your life peak, just so you know. I mean, towards all 4 of you. Do they mean like we're peaked, or I don't? But thank you.
We're top tier girlfriends.
Yo!
Trying to say.
Nice.
You are the
No.
peak of 100 Girlfriends. I'll take it.
From our personalities, put in the chat who you want to date.
Oh.
Ooh.
I want to know.
Yeah. While it's happening, I'll be a bit of a dissenting opinion regarding Nemu versus Meru, and I will say that I do kind of, Meru does appeal to me more. I mean, that might just be because
As a writer,
he's a writer, I'm a writer. He's an artist, I'm an artist. But I do also really appreciate the weirdness of this woman. Like I remember, I mean, what really sold me on her was that that first daily life date chapter where she's like speaking about kissing as awoken a desire in me. You're like, let's do it. I mean,
I think she says.
I will always. Yeah.
What did she say? Like, did she say it awoke a desire or awoke a craving? I can't remember.
Yeah, craving.
Yeah,
It awoke a craving.
And just how I mean, she is what Himika is trying to be, the weirdo artist who is too unique to be a normal human being kind of thing, but it's still all the same, really like surprisingly put together. I mean, I haven't really seen her interact with like normal people, so I don't know what their opinions of her are. But...
Rios often calls Meru I always mix up Meru and Nemu. I always have to pause and be like, fuck, right, Meru. Yeah.
They both have the dream kanji in their names, which is so interesting.
Oh, wow. But Rios always,
analysis.
he always calls Meru a goober, and I really enjoy
Yes.
that. It's like when she was laying on top of Rentaro, is very goober behavior for sure.
Which is funny because I consider Nemu more to be in the goober category, at least my own definition of a goober.
Please elaborate.
Like, I even called her a goober in my video, in her introduction video, when she's like forcing herself to stay awake, like pulling on her cheeks and everything. I'm like, oh, this is goober material here. And I think that's the first time I've ever said goober out loud like that.
Fucking mind melded with Rios. Rios been saying goober for months.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, either goober or goofy.
No one in the chat is taking a choice, but Kirby Guy is having a crisis of conscience. Just like, I'm sorry, none of you revoked my mod.
Yeah, I guess no one.
Okay.
Now I know none of you want to date us. That's fine. I'm sorry. I just
No,
thought
it's
you
fine.
were. I thought you were.
Also, yeah, Kirby Guy.
Yeah, it's not like I wanted to date any of you.
Yeah. Fuck. Jeez.
I know, Kirby Guy, you gain more power whenever someone hates Sue. I don't hate her. It's just that there are literally 33 good characters. Sorry, 30,
Damn.
32, 31, 31 good girlfriends right now. And God,
33.
He knows what's already.
I'm seeing in the future.
Girls who don't even exist yet beat out. They know different Sue for some people.
I am the AI Nano from 20 years in the future.
God. Can I get a Japanese?
yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I get a Japanese line from AI Nano? Do you have it one memorized? Like one of the things she said.
Jikan no muda da.
Ooh, no time.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that the was part of it as well.
It was part of it. No, yeah, like legitimately, I get your argument around like the whole she is unrelatable for a reason. We have to have that one like extremely weird outlier of the group, and then I think that actually really should vibe with Himika more. Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Why don't we have that connection between them?
I do want to add that like Sue is not like that. Out there. I mean, she's basically just a Fujoshi, but for numbers,
Yeah.
which is within the 100 girlfriend's like a character design philosophy or whatever, that's very within the that's very normal. Like you're taking a normal concept and then adding some weirdo shit to it. Like like you mentioned Himika. He's like there's the artist who's too artsy fartsy to be held down, but he's trying to be that. He's a normal person. He's trying to be that, and Yeah. I mean, I think maybe this might be an issue.
Whoa, AVQ, chill the fuck out with that. Did you read this?
Oh god.
Y'all ain't ready for scat, urination, and Guro girlfriend. I think I'm okay.
Well, okay, Guro girlfriend
right.
is just Rin, and scat urination girlfriend is just Kusuri. Like these are just the extremified versions of girlfriends we already have. But I mean, I think
genuinely?
it might be. I think it might be a case where like the English fans don't know as much about, because like, fujoshis are a big thing over in Japan, I believe. So I mean, I imagine the Japanese fans might not be as weirded out by someone who's just a fujoshi, but instead of for gay ships, yaoi ships, they're for number ships.
Kirby, don't even entertain the idea that will not happen. I refuse.
Yes, the reference. I think like specifically a reference that literally only I got was in that one Sue and Kusuri bit, like where they're playing numbers and she's doing like the would you rather be 5 or 9?
That is the best Sue moment ever.
It's so good. Like it's also a reference to like the dinner, a bath, or me trope from beforehand. God,
yeah, that goes my point. He
funny.
treats numbers like they're like shipping them. Like he's a shipper whose fandom is numbers, basically.
I also really enjoy...
when you think about it that way, a lot of Stu is not that crazy. But
Kusuri was also peak in that moment. I really, really love. That was one of the most humanizing moments. I mentioned this in the review, but
yes,
like in that moment, Kusuri was the normal one, and it's very rare to make Kusuri the normal one, right? And so like, I just love when she's like, "I don't want to play that game anymore. It's weird." I don't get it.
And learning the compromise, being able to swap between the two. Oh, good. I will actually say, Sue's gimmick is a lot more versatile than I think a lot of people give me credit for. Yeah. Because like the thing with turning Rentero's like swimming trunks into an 8, that's so funny. Oh god, I love it.
No, I happily give her D+. She has moved out of F. I will say that definitively.
For me, she's only an F because of necessity. I have to maintain the bell curve.
And despite me defending her, I do have her in like D tier.
I am willing to.
There are many
girlfriends in there.
The 100 girlfriend content creators who really, really, really hate Sue.
Sorry, Kirby guy.
Tolerate Sue. Yes,
we tolerate.
Who really tolerates Sue?
He's like, we're like the uncle. She's like the weird niece. We're like, I mean, as long as like, hopefully she'll grow up to be a little more well-rounded. Like her numbers, she'll round up rather than down.
The type of person that, like, if this is your niece, you're like concerned for her. You're like, is she gonna make it? Like, is she gonna be okay in the world? Like that's. I can't date someone like that. I can't date someone who I'm scared isn't gonna make it home after her, like when she leaves the house, because she's gonna do some fucking freak shit and get into a fight with a guy because he fucking said 8 was shit. I don't know. He said the wrong number. Pissed her off.
Oh my lord.
Oh, who was it that there was a really good comment? No, there was someone in one of our chat that said Sue would find the 789 joke really offensive. I love that.
Yeah.
Whoa,
oh my god.
That's
cannibalism.
Yeah,
like
all
numbers don't eat each other.
That's just a gross stereotype. They're not even cannibals. Like I don't even know where this fucking stereotype came from. It's
I've
like
met so many 7s and none of them have ate me, okay?
Against my better wishes.
I was gonna say Rentaro dresses as a 7 and eats her, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh.
Awooga. Okay. What was that? There was that one. Was it like a color page, Rios, where like Sue had like an unbelievable on a cake, and you were like, "Why is she smuggling buns in there?"
Oh my god! Yes. That was. Yeah. What was it? Like, I saw it in the
something in the Discord. Yeah.
Discord. I could probably. It was crazy.
Yeah. Well, okay. Are we done with best girl, worst girl? Because I do have one more topic that we could probably end out the stream with.
Yeah, I think so. I guess I didn't talk about May all too much. I mean,
what's there to say?
Well, what's already said.
Damn. That's the problem. There is nothing to talk about.
There's nothing to talk about.
Moonlight, go in.
Wait,
Ouch.
I do have some. I mean,
Go.
Cook.
yeah. As someone who has been, especially with my younger years, I was kind of like the diametrical opposite to someone like May. Like I was very much like in that Ayn Rand like objectives and type shit. Like you should live for yourself. Was like enlightened self-interest type shit.
We all
so
have
like
a cringe
for a long
era.
time. Yes. So for a long time, like the Maid character, and people who had more realistic version of that in real life, and I would always be like, like you shouldn't be living like that. You should be living for yourself, personal sovereignty, all that shit. But I mean, like as I got older, I started to realize that, how to phrase it. Like I realized that people who are like that are, I assumed that they were just in the first part of their character arc, and then they would become, ideally they'd become more of their quote unquote own person. Find, become more like me. Basically, is how I didn't think.
K&D said libertarianism, Chunai.
Yes, basically yes. And I realized that that's kind of not everyone wants to live like that. There are some people out there who legitimately want to like live for others, and it's not like they're not like incomplete or whatever, or in need of like character development. That is their character, and I guess, I mean, seeing having gone through that character arc, I mean, I'm a little more like what's the word, like tolerant, I guess. Yes, understanding, tolerant of the Maid
that's
type.
like her love language, right? Like she feels like she owes this crazy debt of gratitude, and she gets happiness out of it. It's not like a simping thing. It's like a genuine, like, I do this to show. Like, it's like, I love cooking for Allie, but I'm not perfect. I often forget to do the dishes, and we but like, I like to think because I cook, it's okay that I don't do the dishes as much. But it's really nice, it feels good. And so like May is just taking that to an unbelievable, crazy degree where, instead of just cooking, she's doing literally everything for them.
Yeah. Now that said, I don't love May. It's just more like it's more like her character is part. No, I hear.
No,
her
I'm
character...
sorry. I just read AVQ. Yo, Red, my ADHD ass can't focus. Could you play some brain rot while you guys talk? Let me get Subway Surfers up.
Yeah, I can stream myself playing Tetris if that's what everybody wants.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like her character happens to occupy an interesting place in my personal growth. So
Thank you, Tiller Nuez. Thank you.
She's more interesting to me than she would be otherwise, just because there was a point in my life where I was like diametrically opposite to people like that, but then I became more like understanding and tolerant, and I'm like, oh, okay, you people are okay, there's not all of you are like wrong to be that way, and like maybe I could learn a thing or two from people like that and be a little
Ryos
more...
dropping a hard you people right now.
Ryos having a Sukuna moment.
Yeah, you made like a parentheses slur.
Maids. I swear to God, inevitably we'll get a third Maid, right? It's gotta happen. Like, it will happen. Like, it's gotta happen.
We're gonna go through all the vowels, and we're gonna have moi. We're gonna have like mui. We're gonna be me.
Okay. I had a question, and so I wanted to talk with you guys about how we got into this series, like what our finding the series was like.
I was gonna bring that up. Like, that'd be a good topic.
Yeah. Do you want to start, Moonlight?
Oh, I mean, I could if you want.
Unless I'm
gonna say I probably have the weirdest one.
Oh, I mean, I have a long story.
Maybe you want to save that to the end.
I don't think you want.
All right, backtrack.
My story is very.
Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, like, no surprise, I am a big Yuri fan. I like to think of myself as...
Yeah, I saw you.
I'd love to think of myself as not a
colonizer. In the
colonizer.
Discord.
Like, I had the pipeline, Review Starlight to Bloom Into You, to now, like, I'm reading Adachi and Shimamura, all that bullshit. But, like, yeah, when I was scrolling on Twitter, just trying to find, like, new anime to watch, and the winter 2023 season or whatever it was, yeah. Just like, sure, I'd heard the name 100 Girlfriends come up. I'm just like, that's weird. That's
surely it's
gotta
be cringe trash, surely.
So yeah, I ignored it for like maybe 8 weeks, and then I saw on Twitter the Karane Haku during the zombification arc.
Luke has brought this up multiple times in our Discord that like he has gotten out of everyone he's gotten into this series, most of them it's using that episode.
Ah! I hate it because like when I explained this to my anime club yesterday, literally yesterday, 3/4 of like the members, almost the entire body of people there, they perked up on saying like, oh yeah, there's girls kissing. And just like, is this the straw that breaks the camel's back? Granted, like a lot of them are say Madoka fans or whatever. They watch Review Starlight, so it's a common experience. Everybody understands.
Everyone likes girls kissing. Even homophobes like girls kissing because they love watching lesbian porn.
So.
Did I cut out during that? I'm sorry.
And just like the discourse over it, like on Twitter, just
I heard you.
You can't make a polycule of 100 girlfriends without a little lesbianism in it. And so I'm just like, okay, why not? It's like the same thing I did with the VTuber fan. I'm just like, I saw a clip of Okayu sneezing on Twitter, and I'm just like, sure, I guess I'll check this out. And then that became my entire life for a year and multiple years.
Same with
Fucking
Hololive.
God, it's every single time.
Isn't it insane? And then
it's the smallest domino.
I would like to invite you to take this moment to think about the little life choices that led you to this moment where you just made a quarter of $350 talking on a stream about 100 girlfriends. Butterfly effect, baby. Butterfly effect.
I'm grateful. I'm thankful. There's nothing I'd rather be doing right now.
Me too. This distracts me from the fascist currently running my country.
Ooh, distractions.
Can I go?
Get in the comments. Vote.
Is it my turn? Oh yeah, I did want to say, someone was asking us to talk about our future girl predictions. We will definitely do that before we leave. Rito, we will. Real quick. We doesn't. I know you probably want to leave Moonlight. I'm not sure how long you're planning on going.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm like you all. It's only 8:30 for me. I'm good.
Oh yeah. You're on the other end of the country.
California.
It's 10:30 for me over here, and for Red it's 11:30. Right?
That's fine. I don't work tomorrow. Okay, so can I do my story?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I've told it like 3 trillion times, so I'm sure everyone knows, but, Rito's happy. I'm glad you're happy, Rito. Okay. So I had a job at like a warehouse, and I had this job for 5 years. It was a simple job, but I liked it. It was, just throwing boxes on pallets. I liked it because I could really zone out, daydream, and I lost a bunch of weight with that job. Oh, someone just gave us $20 more.
Again?
Damn.
Woo! Make that a quarter of 370, baby.
You're making it rain up in here.
Thank you, Charissa. Am I saying that right? Charissa? Meliforth.
Charissa Meliforth? Yeah.
Rentaro and Yuri are the glue
name.
of this series. Because you paid money, I feel the need to talk about your comment more than just for 2 seconds. So I will say, not only is that one true, but like, we all love the fact that, like, it's not... I think another thing that separates this series from other series is that it's not just the girls in a relationship with Rentaro, but they all have their little subgroups. The subgroups are fucking crazy. It's crazy how much thought has gone into them and how good they are. So I completely agree with that sentiment. Let me heart your comment, friend. Ba-bam! Okay. So, anyway, I was working that job, had it for 5 years. I actually kind of loved it, and it was one of those rare jobs where, like, we could only work when trucks showed up. So if a truck wasn't there, we could just sit and play on our phones and be paid for it, like, because they didn't have anything else for us to do. It was, like, one of those rare, perfect jobs. I got laid off, like, randomly, like, fucking 1 month out of nowhere. I mean, literally, I had this job for 5 years. Fucking really blindsided me. I mean, I was willing to do this job for the rest of my life. I don't have this, like lofty career goals. I just want to survive, you know? So, really threw me off. Really fucking blindsided me, and then I entered my Tama arc, obviously. So at this point, I'm on unemployment because I'm just so scared to. At this point, I hadn't gotten a new job in years. I didn't even remember how to like apply for things. I kind of froze up with fear, and I rode out the unemployment for basically as long as it could until it ran out. And while I was doing that, I was very depressed. And serendipitously, I'm scrolling Twitter. And are you ready? Are you ready for the thing that got me into it? You know that part in, I think it's the episode where they they're, you know, Kusuri shows up and they're giving them the drugs, and like she's like, this drug's gonna make you more sexy for him or whatever, and it ends up being the clothes melting.
Oh my god.
But before that, Hikari is imagining what it might be, and it's the moment where her tits and her ass become huge and they're like flapping in the wind. You know that part?
Yes.
And like in the Japanese, it's like, I don't know why, or maybe it's English too, I don't even remember, but like she's like, I don't know why her voice sounds like that, but it does. And so like I saw that clip. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I have to watch this. Because at this point, I've become accustomed to something that my friend and I do a lot is my friend Andy, that's different from Andrew. Yes, it is confusing. We like to go on Crunchyroll and just pick something that looks cringe or stupid and like watch it just for funsies. Like we found so many. That's how I found Hanako, by the way. I didn't think it says toilet in the fucking title. Toilet bound Hanako. I was like, surely this will be stupid. And then I liked it, right? So same thing. So I see that GIF. I'm like, hey bro, check this out. We have to watch this. Get to watching it. Wait a minute, is this good? What the fuck? Is this actually good? What the fuck? And the rest is history, right? So at that point, you know, I binge it. And then I read it, and I'm so grateful to this series because during a stint of my life that's probably like the top 3 most depressing stints of my life, I had this series to binge and keep me sane. And that also led to me, I had already met Rios, but we were kind of just like on messaged each other once or twice mode.
Yeah.
And this series kind of like led into me being like, hey man, I remember you liked lewd stuff, and I enjoyed the one conversation I had with you. Would you like to review this series with me? And it just,
the rest is history.
Truly. And I said this to Tuesday in DMs, but I also just want to thank them again publicly. Like their work in translating that, I'm so happy that they do, because again, like that lets us do all this, and it got me through that depressing time. So this series, Rios, Tuesday, all of you, it really, really brought me out of a slump. I was in a bad place, and I'm a lot better now, and a big chunk of that is this series.
I'd also like to say Junia Zavala in the chat saying, oh my god, that was anime original too. Just like all of the choices and like the people that come together to make this whole franchise so fucking strong. Like it's insane how much passion there is in what really should be just like a shitpost of a series. It's amazing what like the work that everyone puts in, because like it's so heartwarming, and it does so much for so many people.
I think that's why the community is uniquely passionate. I don't see like Rent-A-Girlfriend fans being this passionate. You know what I don't, because it, and to me,
are there even Rent-A-Girlfriend fans?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like that's the whole reason I brought up the politics in the beginning, is because it's politics is everything. Politics isn't just Republican, Democrat. Politics is like society and the way it's formed and the way society, you know, progresses or degresses, and like that's what I love about this series, is it's just such a force for positivity in a world that desperately needs that. So I generally, when I meet people, I mean, just to give you an idea, without even knowing you guys, just by the sheer fact that you're 100 Girlfriends fans, I like pretty much assumed that you would probably align with me politically. Now that's not always the case, you know, a la Chibi reviews, but like, you know, like, you know, generally in my assumption is if you're down with this polycule anime that's like really wholesome, you're probably a pretty cool guy, right? Like you can get that vibe. So I love it. The community's great.
True. Yep. I mean,
you know, it's really funny you bring up that whole scene with Hikari from that, which is one of the other slice of gaming people that I'm with. We were watching this series and we were really getting into it because we were like, oh, we love the Shizuka episode, we love the Nano episode. We're like, oh, this is something here. And then all of a sudden that scene happens and he fell off the series. Now, granted,
weak.
He's a very anti-horny, anti-fan service person, so I kind of get it. He hates all of that.
I understand. I remember being that type of person, and I just got to a point where I just was like, wait, why am I don't know. It feels very virtue signally to me to like hate that stuff so much. It's like, I don't know, man. Like to me at least, like the human body's beautiful, and as long as it's done in like a taste that isn't, I don't know. To me, the main difference is if it feels demeaning to the person like the woman, then maybe it can be kind of bad. And usually we don't get a lot of that feels like super demeaning to the woman. You know the difference, right? Like, as much as I love Fire Force, the classic Lucky
That is why I had to drop Fire Force.
Yeah, it's really, I still think it's worth reading because it is fucking excellent. But yeah, I mean, that's an example of like fan service that's kind of done at the expense of the woman, rather than most of the fan service in 100 Girlfriends feels very like they're cool with it too. You know what I mean?
Right. And like, also, it like, on top of the fact that it is demeaning, it also felt distracting from the narrative. I'm just like, this is such a cool world, and we're wasting screen time, animation. Oh god.
I do want to be a Fire Force defender, like, the amount of time that happens, like, because people have done like super cuts of every moment that happens. It's like 4 minutes in a series that has 2 seasons, 30, 40 I don't even 50 maybe episodes, so it's like it's not as prevalent as people make it out to be. You just have to roll your eyes and get
I'm
through
down
it.
to give it another chance.
It's fucking
that's what
good.
it felt at the time.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. I mean, I would love to at some point. You and I would love to have a one-on-one combo about how good Fire Force is. It's actually so fucking. That was an obsession of mine. I actually track my life in periods of hyperfixations, right? Like in 2021,
awesome.
half of my year was Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, and then at the end of 2021, leading into 2022, it was Fire Force, and then it became what was after that? And then I read Soul Eater, because that's like, because I actually missed the Soul Eater boat. I know a lot of people that was like one of their first, but yeah. Anyway, point being, no point.
No point.
I was rambling, and I didn't know how to end it.
No, yeah. Well, since we've exhausted, do we want to go back to first experiences?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can go next if you're fine. Yeah. Or
we're saving Moonlight till the end, right?
Okay. Okay. So my 100 Kinojo journey is kind of long. It starts all the way back in late 2021, I think. Like you see, back in the summer of 2020, right
where this is going.
Right after the start of the pandemic, I had started writing a polyamorous version of the harem anime Date Alive, and after a year or so of writing it, I came across like via Gigax, like a seasonal anime base. I came across the anime Kanojo Mo Kanojo, and I was like, oh wow, this would be like a really great comp series for this polyamorous harem story that I'm writing. And I watched the whole first season, started reading the manga, and while I was reading the Reddit discussion threads for it, I came across this other basically polyamorous manga with this long ass light novel ass title called The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love Me. I was like, okay, I'll check it out, see how it is. I read like the first 3 chapters or whatever, and I was like, okay, I mean, this is good, but it's kind of not what I'm writing. Especially back then, like I think all the fourth wall breaking and how much more satirical it is compared to Kanojo Mo Kanojo kind of like made me go, okay, I'm not writing a satirical work, I'm doing something a little bit more closer to what Kanojo Mo Kanojo is doing. So I basically put it on the back burner for like the next 2 years or whatever until the first season started airing. I watched that and I was like, okay, this. This is a little bit different than I was thinking. I guess I'm sorry I judged you too soon. I was not aware of your game, kind of thing. And and then after that, I started. I remember like there was a night like in the second half of a work shift where I just spent like the whole time just listening to like 100 Girlfriend like reviews and analysis things. I was like, wow, this is a really good series. I'm liking this. But after that, there wasn't really any content, and I wasn't really looking to start a like. At the time, 150 chapter manga. I had other commitments, But
this
then
is where I come in.
Yeah. So that was December 2023, and then about 4 months later, I was watching Red and his co-host Vex's Chainsaw Man reviews, and he did a little call to action basically to me basically, and I messaged him on Discord. I remember saying like I heard that you're looking for a subject matter expert in like hentai or something like that, and and then that's how he got me into reading it.
Let's be a little more specific, okay? The first time I met Rios, we were reviewing Chainsaw Man.
Oh well, yeah.
We were reviewing Chainsaw Man, and Vex and I, and you can find these reviews. It's on our other channel, Controlled what is it? Controlled Chaos. Yeah, I mix them up all the time. We had a channel called Controlled Chaos. Honestly, very similar to your slice of life gaming situation, where like I had some guys who really wanted to talk about like video game stuff, and I wanted to focus the channel on anime, and there was like a divide there. So that's why I made Chaos Squared. That's the lore for Chaos Squared. It was a break off channel of Controlled Chaos. But anyway, yeah, I was reviewing Chainsaw Man with Vex, and I just on a whim, we were just talking about, I don't know, Makima's fat dumper and how hot she was. And we were just like, and I was just like, hey, someone out there, draw Vex and I fucking Makima. And not thinking anyone would do it. Just make it a joke.
It just so happened to be like Labor Day weekend. And I was like, you know what? I got nothing better to do. I'm going to draw this thing. I mean, if it hadn't been Labor Day weekend, if I hadn't watched that video back then, I mean,
this wouldn't be happening.
Probably wouldn't be happening.
It's actually insane. This is happening because he drew, and I'll DM it to you if you want to see it. He drew the avatar you see right now, my little face with like a body that looks nothing like my body, because
I tried to add a little huskiness by
it was a little husky.
I didn't know how far to go.
But yeah, no, it's kind of insane how things start. You can also see that if you look up Controlled Chaos Chainsaw Man and find our playlist of reviews, any review post like 115 basically has it like right in the background with obviously.
Oh yeah, I was very proud of that.
It was framed in the background of our virtual set, and I put little virtual sticky notes over the naughty bits, obviously. But it's insane that is. And then basically I invited him into a stream. We to thank him for that, and we just happened to like find a weird fetish armpit manga on that stream. Do you remember what it was called at all?
No, not one bit.
If you know the one, you know the one. There's a chapter where a guy is in a McDonald's and he's like looking at the waitress or the front desk lady, and he's like fantasizing about taking like a straw and sucking her sweat out of her armpits.
Yep.
You know the one.
I mean, fetish.
Get that audio? No.
What'd you say, Moonlight?
Fetishism to the max.
It's just like someone needs to isolate that audio clip real quick.
Yeah. So anyway, I had Rios. It was me, Rios, Vex. We were talking about that. That is true lost media, by the way. It's gone. Twitch did not. They don't save shit, so I miss it. I miss it so much. But that was the moment where Vex was kind of just there. It was really just Rios and I just riffing about this fucking armpit manga, and I was like, wow, I have a really good chemistry with this fucking random guy who drew us fucking Makima. And then I just kind of messaged him and I was like, hey man, we should do more streams sometime. And then a year passed, and then I found 100 Girlfriends, and I was like, this is the one, this is it, catch up with this series now.
Yeah, and then while I was doing it, I was keeping him posted with my his thoughts and analyses, I guess, of of what was going on. And so we definitely built up our rapport over those 4 months basically.
Rios is insanely detailed with his thoughts, and it's something that I genuinely love about him. Like, he is the type of guy who it's so cool. He would read a chapter and then he would stop and give me like full paragraphs on his thoughts, like a fucking college paper. And so I at this point, I remember I'm unemployed, so I'm just like laying on my couch, just reading his fucking like whole like paragraphs of his thoughts, and I'm just like, that literally got me through the depression. That and the series itself, so good. But yeah, there's our lore. There's our deep lore.
Yeah, so sweet.
Thank you, Moonlight.
I mean, it definitely helped. Oh yeah.
You have more to say?
It definitely helped because I definitely felt at that time. I definitely felt like my life was getting a little. I just graduated from college. I've been working the same job for like about a year at that point. So I really didn't know. For the first time in my life, I didn't really have like a goal sort of thing. I'm gonna graduate from high school, or I'm gonna graduate from college. And I was just like, this is what I'm gonna be doing for X amount of time until I stop it. So I definitely felt like I was a little lost.
It's so nice to have like a hobby, because I love making AMVs. I made a lot of AMVs back in the day, but I recently lost access to Adobe Premiere Pro because that shit is really expensive, and I was bumming it off of someone. So I was like, well shit, I can't make AMVs anymore. So this is like, it's so good to have an outlet, Also, shout out to Kane D, the butterfly aspect. Thank you very much.
All right.
Do you get it because you drew us fucking Makima's ass? There's a depth to it. Yeah.
Took me a second.
Yeah. Moonlight.
Okay, well, mine's not as interesting as that, and doesn't have a depression anchor. But I mean, it like you said, it's like the domino effect. It started with COVID when now I was fortunate that I didn't lose my job or really a whole lot. I lost some hours at work because of shifting around, but I still had my job. But I somehow found myself with more time on my hand just because, you can't go out, you can't do anything. And so anime was my COVID hobby. And so I started watching just a lot of anime. Like I decided, cause I wasn't into anime before 2020. And okay, there's a small asterisk. I'm a kid of the 90s, so I watched Pokemon, I watched Digimon, I watched Yu-Gi-Oh, and all that. But I left that. It was my middle school, high school. I'm not into that nerdy anime stuff, all that Japanese anymore. But around 2020 is when I ditched all that. I said, you know what, I'm gonna get back into this, and I started with My Hero Academia because I felt like that was a good bridge between. It's a good starter because it's like it's superheroes. I'm familiar with that. There's the MCU and all that. So I leaned myself into. I literally dove headfirst with My Hero Academia and Sword Art Online. Superheroes and video games. I can do this.
Quickly to respond to Tuesday, yes, I just looked it up. That was in fact the one. Really good art, by the way.
Thank you for pinpointing.
But then as the years went on, and I realized like the majority of anime that I'm watching is like the rom-com stuff, the life slice of life stuff, and the title of 100 Girlfriends definitely came across my feed at one point, but at this point I wasn't a manga reader. I was a strictly anime only for everything. And I heard about it, and then the anime got announced. I'm like, okay, now I'll finally check this out. And so the anime comes out. I watched the first couple episodes, and like I said, I was watching it with the one friend from Slice of Gaming, and he dropped it when it got a little too horny for him. But I continued watching it, and I don't know what it was, but it just clicked with me, and I'm like, okay, I'm like really getting into this.
Yeah, me too.
And but before that, actually, I skipped a whole section of it, but before I knew what the series really was about, when I only had just heard about it, I kind of had like a weird I don't want to call it a fantasy, but like I came up with like, well, what is this series actually about without actually looking it up? And I literally thought the series was about a kid in high school who already had 100 girlfriends. And the series would be
manga.
But yeah, I thought it would be like this series of, there's this kid who has 100 girlfriends, and every episode we're going to be like interacting, going on an adventure with one. But I always thought, I don't know, I'm a writer at heart, so I write stuff just off the cuff. And the way I wrote my version of 100 Girlfriends, just going by off the title alone, was here's this kid with 100 girlfriends, and every misadventure episode is we meet one, but there's always gonna be like a core group. That's how I wrote it. Was there's this core group of 5 girlfriends that we always see in every episode, but every episode we also see a couple others until eventually we see all 100 eventually. Now, granted, that was just my own self-elevator pitch. But then I come to find out, oh, no, he's literally starting from girlfriend number 1.
Which is so cool. I love that element of it because it gives it like there's a goal. Something about having a goal in a series really scratches my monkey brain. I just love that it's like, oh, every 10 chapters we check another box, another number up. I love it.
Yeah, that other one is a spin-off where like it follows them all until like the points of their death, and it's called The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Loved You.
Oh, stop!
Damn.
Rios always says that the series should continue. They get married, and then the series continues a bit further, and it's the 100 Wives that really, really, really love me.
100 Wives, yep.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking in like a little 15-minute call beforehand just to kind of initialize everything, and there was a point where Moonlight did reveal that he's more of a like newer anime fan, kind of COVID, like COVID
and we all pointed and laughed,
and I was just like, ooh, wait, I can teach this like very, very vulnerable mind. I can show him the way.
I can corrupt him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so my intro to, if we want to go to intro to anime, it would have been like 2006, 2007 when I went over to a friend's house and he had Toonami on, and it was like, I think Dragon Ball Z or Death Note, one of those two. Fun fact: the first episode of Death Note I saw was the last one. That pissed me the fuck off. It was just so happened to be the one.
Spoiled.
I literally saw Light die, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?" And then he was was like, oh yeah, it's Death Note or something. And then I was like, wow, I'm curious to see when that happens in the series. And I'm like, and then slowly I'm realizing, oh, that's the last episode. Fuck.
Yeah. But yeah, and then the anime comes out, and I'm watching it because, like I said, I was anime only for everything, and I'm getting like really into it. The Shizuka episode happens, the Nano episode happens, and I'm like, wow, is this how the series is just going to keep going? Is this all going to be this like high quality arc stuff with each girlfriend? And I started
shake your faith, probably, right?
Yeah.
My faith.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I originally started reading the manga. When I finally sat down and be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to become a manga reader. It was definitely before the season ended, but I can't remember around when. I think it actually might have been when Hikari was like, please break up with me.
Yep.
And I'm like,
So for me,
I need to know the answer.
The moment for me, so the season was already over, but like specifically the thing that made me want to read more, and unfortunately we never really got more of this, but like I was convinced that we were going to get more Hikari stuff, in the sense that like I was like, wow, she was pushed to like straight suicide very quickly there. So like in my head I was like, there's like some sort of mental illness, trauma beneath that, and I assumed that was going to be explored more. Rios has picked up on the fact that she has this like what would you call it, right? Not imposter syndrome, but she feels fake, right?
Yeah, like he constantly brings up this feeling of like, being like, I'm just putting on the airs of being this, this cute, beautiful girl. Characters like Shizuka they're just adorable floofs naturally, and that sort of thing. And it's come up like at least 3 or 4 times, and we have not gotten any sort of payoff on that yet.
Yeah, but all that to say, it just surprised me that she like, it felt very quick to jump to suicide. I was like, wow, that is girl, we need to talk. I figured that was gonna be addressed. I'll be honest. I figured Rentaro was gonna sit down and be like, "Hey, man, like, I noticed that you jumped to suicide very quickly. Are you okay?"
Yeah, I mean, there is something fucked up with that household. Like, it's Karane was right about the like the horny curse, but like there's also a different curse placed on it where every member of that household is so ready and willing to like be dedicated and devote their life to someone else.
It's like the Uchihas. It's like the Did you guys, any of you finish Naruto?
Oh my god. Well, I do know what you're talking
about.
One
of my favorite controversial things, and not even just Mangakyu. No, there is a line from, I don't know if it's the second Hokage. So the second Hokage was like super racist against the Uchihas. It was very funny. and he came out and basically said like, yeah, so like the Uchihas are like genetically dispositioned to be like more emotional. Like I don't know if like that was ever proven wrong in narrative, but like that's something he comes out and just says. And he's basically just like, yeah, so like the reason they're all like that is because they're just literally more hot-blooded. They're more emotional. And it's like, oh my god, like, are we really doing this?
They have high blood pressure.
Yeah.
Casual racism in my manga, it's more common than you might think.
Yeah, so all that to say, that's the Hanazono household. They just their emotions run high in every angle.
Let's see, where did I leave off? But
sorry.
Oh, no, it's all good. What convinced me was the same friend who fell off the series because of how horny it got. He shared a screenshot from the manga, and I don't know if it was recent or not. I would have to check the timeline. But he literally showed me Tama's introduction of the zing with Tama, and where Rentaro says,
"What am I supposed to
what
do
does
with
the author expect me to do with this?" And that's when I sat there and said, I have to read this now.
Yes.
So you're saying that Tama got you into the manga.
Yeah, wow. I remember when I came across that page, I'm pretty sure I tweeted out, I totally opposite direction. I tweeted out and I was like, peak, this has become, I think I said like I ascended or something. Like my life flashed before my eyes. That panel changed my life.
That's just such a good panel. It got me into the manga. It convinced me to start the manga. That, and I think I cheated at some point. I went to like the Wikipedia page for 100 Girlfriends just to read like the quick summaries of everybody. So it was seeing Tama Zing, and then also hearing, because in Himika's little blurb on Wikipedia, it says when she found out that Rentaro had 25 other girlfriends, she wanted to date him right away. And I'm like, okay, I want to know, how is that logic?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, so I love the surprise element, so I could never, I wouldn't want to know. I love just like what's gonna be next. That was like part of so much of the fun for me was like, what will he think of next? God.
Then I just remember reading the series finally, and the last chapter that was out when I caught up was one you guys talked about earlier was the Uto and Himika chapter.
Peak.
That was one of the last ones, and I caught up, and I'm like, not to hate on the chapter, but that is a very weird chapter to end your binge on.
For sure.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Rios, do you
I'm
remember?
just like, oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
I'm going to compliment Tuesday here, but I did not know like what was like the release schedule for chapters. Because I was brand new to manga in general, and so I did not know, especially that this series was weekly, and that the translations was coming out weekly. So I'm like, when does? So I just kind of sat there like, oh, that's it. I don't know when the next chapter is going to be out. And then I think literally the next chapter after that is Matsuri's introduction.
Oh wow, we caught up really similar places. I caught up a little bit after that. Matsuri, I'm trying to remember. I think it was around the time of the Kishika Beach chapter. Was that like a couple after Matsuri, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, the beach fighting sword term. Yeah, it's right after that.
Yeah, that was that's the one I remember being the newest when I caught up. And then Rios, I think it was right before Meru or right after Meru.
Oh, yeah, a little bit like basically like a chapter or two after her introduction.
Yeah.
So I
backtrack.
Think,
when did you catch up?
Yeah.
I think it was maybe before Kiki. It's around that time. So yeah, like kind of similar in the area because we were like anime watchers first and foremost. And then we got into the manga.
So Moonlight, something I do want to know. Unless you had more to say, sorry.
I'm just gonna finish this up.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember the Matsuri chapter coming out and trying to like figure out, because I wasn't in the Discord or anything. I was literally just blindly checking manga decks every once in a while. And I remember the Matsuri chapter came out, and I tried to figure out like when do these chapters drop? Thinking there was actually like some rhyme or reason, like maybe there was a company. I had never known about scanlations. I did not know that was a thing.
So you thought it was totally above board, totally legal.
Yeah, exactly. And then I remember, I don't know why this stands out to me, but I think it's when I finally figured out there really is no rhyme or reason almost. It was the fact that the chapter where Mimimi and Nano go back to their middle school, that chapter dropped for me at like 10 o'clock at night for me. And I just remember I was playing a game. I pull out my phone, and for some reason my phone was already still on manga decks. I refreshed it, and that chapter dropped like 5 minutes ago. I'm like, what?
Oh wow, how serendipitous.
And yeah, I think it was somewhere around that time when I realized I just like looked at Tuesday's little things, like join the Discord and all that. That's when I finally started like learning about this whole, I'd want to call it an industry of like scanlations and all that. There's like scanlation teams out there who are doing these things. And now reading other manga, I'm gonna like say that we are spoiled with Tuesday and Nakamura. Not only just Nakamura and Nozawa putting out a weekly series, because so many other manga I've now noticed are bi-weekly or monthly. But not only do we have this from Nakamura and Nozawa, but also Tuesday and the rest of the team getting these chapters out so quickly, because there's so many other scanlation teams that are like, we'll get to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
I will also say like.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. On top of being so quick with it, it's also so quality.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
This is the Tuesday
I will never
session.
Yeah. Yep. I will never not
it.
shout out. You're tsooning my dere. It's literally like my Discord status. That came from nothing. Nothing. It was a canned response.
It's so good. I genuinely, they totally get the vibe and spirit of the series. Like, I mean, they could work for the fucking official translation as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're that good. But yeah, I wanted to ask you, Moonlight. Oh, first, let me read a couple chats here. I saw Tuesday bring up how they got into it. I read the first chapter when it came out, liked it, didn't start following, and then when JB disbanded, someone at Zun suggested we pick it up. So basically, them suggesting it. I guess I have to read this now, I'm assuming. That's interesting.
Yeah, remember they mentioned in the Discord that the panel that convinced them to take it on was Nano stabbing May trying to open her eyes.
Yeah.
God, that was insane. Kirby Guy says, how did a lot of you guys react to seeing the meta humor? I'm guessing you thought it was just going to be completely trashy. And I saw that Backtrack typed a response to that about DBZA.
Yeah.
At this point,
I mean, yeah.
Do you mind if I go first real quick? Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. At this point in my anime journey, I am actually actively seeking out weird shit. You know, I had a point where I was like, this is too weird for me. But the further I go into, I don't know, my life, the more I'm like, you know what? If it's weird, I'm probably gonna fucking like it. Like, I love weird shows. I honestly, sometimes if it's weird, that's like the selling point to me. So it was an instant love for me. I was like, it actually hits the perfect balance. It's now, to be fair, a series can be too weird, right? I have read series before where it feels like it's weird for weird's sake. I almost had that problem with Dandadan. Like, I struggled to get into Dandadan originally because it almost felt like it was just trying to be weird, like that was all it had, you know what I mean? But luckily it's got really entertaining characters, really entertaining fight scenes. But I still sometimes do feel like, is this series just kind of like throwing shit at the wall to be weird, like, you know, weird without any, I don't know, purpose, right? But I tend to like the weird unless that's all it has.
I'll say, when I got into anime like more officially in middle school, like past watching Dragon Ball Z or Kirby as my first, like, my first anime was The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Not a great gateway anime.
Wow.
Yeah, really starting the deep end right there.
I cannot understand how, like, I continued to pick up stuff after that. But, like, second anime, Keijo.
Oh my god. I have a very boring first anime. My first like 3, because these were basically all at the exact same time. My first 3 anime were Death Note, Bleach, and Dragon Ball Z. Very basic. I started with the basics.
Yeah,
Fundamentally, you gotta get it.
Yeah, I think among us, I started like the youngest. Like, I remember being like 5 years old, like, you know, like watching like stuff on Adult Swim, like the, you know, like the Cowboy Bebops, the Triguns, and just, I mean, it seems like I was too young to even understand what I was seeing, but I was I was, you know, like mesmerized by the imagery. And then of course also I was watching like, you know, Pokemon, and like I would catch stuff like, you know, Bakugan and stuff on in the morning while getting ready for school and that sort of thing. But I mean, like, I remember the first anime that I really, you know, fell in love with was I'm not sure if anyone even remembers it now, but, you know, Blood Plus. Was like, I mean, that was like, yeah, I was obsessed with that anime. I think that's actually how I got into like fan fiction, which became and still is like a big part of my like media consumption. I was like looking for like, you know, Blood Plus, like a media or something like that, and I stumbled upon the, you know, the fanfiction.net website, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. And I mean, that's how I got into, like, for a time, doing like role play, like form role play and stuff. Like, I remember I come back to school, you know, I come back from school, and the first thing I do was get onto like the fanfiction forums and do like my like role play with all my like internet friends, whatever. And it was like, yeah, that was the thing I did for like a few years. But yeah,
damn, I mean, my girlfriend apparently knows all about Blood Plus. I'm gonna have to have her show me that. That's new to me.
Blood Plus is, I mean, now, I mean, I'm not sure how much it holds up today. I mean, you know, it's kind of, I mean, it was great, you know, to 10-year-old, 11-year-old me. But I mean, I know, I think I still, you know, hold a candle for it, you know, in my heart. Yeah.
So something I wanted to ask you, Moonlight, like a half hour ago, but you know, these conversations keep rolling. Was so we got into how you got into the series, but I'm very curious how you made the decision to, you know what, I'm gonna review these on my YouTube channel.
Mass hysteria? Hysteria? I don't know. If you watch my original video of it, where because it was Usa-chan's intro chapter, and it was like this big mystery of
why she's so special to you,
right?
Yeah. And I just kind of went crazy. Is basically what happened. I'm just like,
this series has that effect.
What's going on? This is new. This is different. This is the big one.
And I don't know why, but I just kind of felt like I need to get my ideas out there. Like, I had like so many. If you watch that video, I went off on a tangent, so many tangents. Like, I was like calling Usa-chan like the moon goddess girlfriend.
I just thought she was a stalker, man. Like,
and yeah, I don't know what happened, but I just kind of, Usa-chan was not too far off from when I was just casually just reading the chapters as they came out. So I was still like obsessed with this thing. Like, it was just all I was thinking about. Much like Rentaro himself, all I do is think about the girlfriends day in and day out.
It's crazy that that was your first review, because I actually remember where I was when that chapter dropped. I was caught up, and I was actually playing D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, with a group of friends, and the chapter dropped, and I literally was like, "Hold on, guys, can we break for like 20 minutes? I knew it was a new girlfriend chapter, and I was like, hold up, I'm reading this. I don't give a fuck. We're stopping." And then I remember I was like, "What is going on?"
And so I just felt this urge to make this content of like, wasn't even a review. It was just more like, I just wanted to talk about my crazy conspiracy theories. It didn't turn into a review until the next one happened, and we finally got all the answers about Usa-chan, and people were tuning in. Like, that video blew up, and I'm like, never gotten a video that went off so quickly. And then the next one happened, and people were watching it, and I even said in the video, "You guys want me to continue making this, continuing each chapter?" And they're like, "Yes."
That's so cool.
I got very fortunate that the next chapter after that was the whole Maya Momoha becoming Maid certified, because the joke wrote itself, where it's like, where I say straight in the video, "Oh, I don't know if I'll do a video on every chapter, like maybe some interesting ones here and there." And then I see the preview of Maya Momoha are going to be wearing bunny maid outfits, and I'm like, "I'll see you guys next chapter."
That's
very interesting.
Really good.
Wow. No, that's something that I noticed with Rios, is like, there's even now there's such a vacuum in the market. I like, it's that perfect middle ground of a series for popularity, where like, it's popular, but it's not so popular that there's already like a trillion people talking about it. So like, when Rios and I started this, I was like, there really is like a dedicated group of people that are just chomping at the bit for someone to do videos on this. And then like, I was really happy to be able to fill that vacuum, obviously right after you. And then I didn't know about Backtracks until Rios mentioned them. But I mean, basically when we first started, I was searching 100 Girlfriends to see if there was any other competition, and that's when I found you, Moonlight. I was like, who's this slice of life gaming guy? I don't know if you remember, I tweeted at you at one of our earlier videos. I was like, "We're on to you, Mr. Moonlight." I think I used to call you Slice of Life Gaming, actually, but I was like trying to get your attention. I was like, "Come on, acknowledge us." I was being an asshole.
I think I completely missed that. Like, did you tweet directly my Twitter,
I tweeted
or
the Slice of Life Gaming Twitter, and so one of your other guys might have liked it or something. So it did get liked by your Twitter, but maybe it was someone else.
The other guy on the channel, Benj, he mostly runs that Twitter account, so that's why I probably never saw it.
That's so funny. Yeah, but I saw you as like the main competition at first. Basically, I was like, okay, we need to get into his radar, clearly, and it happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's really beautiful about the Hyakano, like, creation space. Like, there are not a lot of YouTube channels that cover like the latest stuff. We're practically the only ones, and so it does leave a lot of room for more fans to keep on doing like things that they want to share if they want to. Like, I know the Hyakano Discord has a lot of good discussion and stuff like that. Like, people were very recently talking about like Smash mains, which I was a participant in that conversation, but yeah, just everyone.
Yaku is Pichu, by the way, because Pichu hurts itself when it attacks.
That's so good. Jump in. If you want to be a Hyakano creator, fuck it. If you want to get in a call with us, if that's your sole reason for like doing Hyakano content, do it. We need more people talking. We need 100 content creators, as we have said.
I have said this. Okay, I don't know if I've told you this idea, Moonlight, but we at some point, just for the bit of it all, I want to have a 100 Girlfriends review where there's 100 people in the call, and we try to somehow make it work and call it the 100 content creators reviewing the 100 Girlfriends, basically. I just think that'd be so funny to try to like corral that madness.
I mean, well, the next
funny. I don't even know what even is like the limit on Discord. Like, how many people can you have?
Yeah, does it?
I'm gonna Google that.
Yeah.
The next candidate for induction probably be like Rindo Senpai, since they've been doing. I mean, at least their claim to fame is they are the Momoha simp. So I mean,
we do like volume reviews.
We've built the gate is now built. We've built it, and in order to come through, you must be inducted by us. We are the
You have to zing with at least one of us. You know,
Wow. Okay.
Uh,
It's got to be fate because it says here
No problem. No
you can
shot.
have up to 100 people.
Woo!
The universe, like as an act of providence, the universe is coming together for us.
I will say, oh God, what was I going to say? Shit. If you were to target a niche, that one of us do, like if there's competition in one of those areas, I would be the weakest link because of my like relatively low experience with Japanese. So you can, if you have more knowledge in Japanese, you can absolutely just completely surpass me in my own niche.
Now to be fair, you have the appeal of being like that learner. You're like
the go-getter, the underdog.
It's got that feeling of like I want to see his journey. I want to see him reach the end.
You're
like
also growing. You're growing still. Like they're not gonna be able to catch up to you because you're growing.
Well, I mean, yeah. Unless they already are like native Japanese.
Here we go.
I'm losing track of who's who. QT on Discord just messaged me and said, "Yo, Red, let me in." I'm sorry. I don't want to just start letting Red people in because then I'd feel like I have to let everyone in. But if we will do a stream in the future, Rios and I, where we like bring on people from our Discord to like give their hot takes for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to that.
Yeah.
I would just get
I
everybody
saw it
who
on
wants to
the
join in.
Let me in.
On the video. I saw the comment.
Well, when I first saw that, I actually thought it was Tuesday, and I was like, I would let Tuesday in because Tuesday's Tuesday.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the clout. Yeah, they earned it. But yeah, no. So that would have been funny though. What else? What were we talking about again?
I think we kind of just wrapped up like how we got into the series.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me see if Rios, you got anything else on your notes? People wanted us to talk about future girlfriend wants predictions.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm not very creative
I've
with these
brought up a
myself.
lot of them, but I don't remember any of the ones that I've brought up. Like,
Okay, can I
a
give
lot of, like-
Rios some glaze real quick?
oh, all right, yeah.
So right before Nemu showed up, Rios almost kind of predicted her. He said something. Do you remember what you said, Rios? It was like
I said something like he basically has like sleeping sickness or whatever, and he's been like slowly getting more and more like he's been falling asleep for longer and longer periods of time, and like eventually he like falls asleep for good basically, but then he's like a sleepwalker, so he basically ends up being like awake in quote unquote death or something like that. But yeah, the sleepwalking element was I imagine nail that. So
yeah, so he said that like basically when we got the chapter where the preview was like a sleepy girl, and that's what he said, and it was kind of close with like she like lives life through the sleepwalking thing. Other than she doesn't have she does kind of have a chronic illness. It's the sleep.
Yeah, it's narcolepsy basically.
Yeah.
or sleep deprivation, I suppose.
In terms of what I want. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say I imagined a girl. I don't know if anyone here has watched Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions.
Yeah.
But there's a character there that's always sleeping, and I just imagine like that's gonna be her character. Like she's always gonna be tired, and whenever the group is doing something, we're just gonna see her in the corner sleeping. And I figure that's gonna be her whole character. And it kind of is. Nemu's kind of that. She slept on some swim trunks.
I also love, by the way, in that swim trunk thing, because again, when she sleeps, she then wakes up and does stuff and interprets that as dreaming. So in that chapter, she says, "I dreamt about sleeping on swim trunks," but she actually did. There's so many layers to it. It's like, can you imagine living that life? That was like one of the reasons I love Nemu so much. Is I was like, there's like a tragedy to the life she lives. Like, I mean, she is chronically ill and needs help.
It's also weird that like Rentaro or no one else kind of informs like, you are doing those things in your dreams, right? That you think are dreams. No, you're doing all that. Like even the whole sleeping on the swim trunks thing, I think it was like Ira or someone that said, "Oh yeah, you did do that." It's like,
yeah, they need to really.
They're a little too. They're a little too respectful of the girls' quirks.
It's the scariness of letting the sleepwalker. Yeah,
I like to think
they're letting them get away with unhealthy. They're letting them at this point. They're starting to let some of them get away with unhealthy coping mechanisms and whatnot. But
I have said. Oh, it's fine, QT. Don't worry about it. I have said multiple times that as I've been reading it to myself, I've like screamed this. Rentaro is an enabler at times. He loves his girls so much. He has a tendency to enable. And like he really enabled Kusari. The fucking like the fucking the like, it's okay if you made the drug, I'll take it. And it's like, no, dude, like chill out. It's I love him though. I love him for it.
I'm looking at that chapter again with the nimble pillow.
And straight shots like 3 chapters in a row. If you don't think this specific way, you fucking die.
Absolutely loved those chapters. Also, have you guys seen my famous moment? I think, did I send it to you, Backtrack?
I don't know.
In our tier list one, I love the panel where Tama is like on him, and it's like, I've never seen boobs and ass look so big in one shot in my entire life. And I was I went into a gooning spiral about that panel on stream, and people have clipped it.
Kirby guy in the chat just like, wait, can we donate $300?
Was that? No.
That was. Oh, damn.
I almost would let you in. I didn't even think about that. But that feels like pay to play. I don't want to do
this.
Yeah.
This is a guy who donated $300.
We'll do more streams. We absolutely have to. We're so good right now.
It's only because I just don't want to derail it right now. In the future, we've already discussed we're gonna do like expert streams where everyone picks a girl and like you white knight for that girl, and like we have a little debate about stuff. So like absolutely, I will have a stream where Discord people can come in. 100%. Don't we worry, that will happen in the future. Now I feel terrible. You fucking donate. I mean, what wouldn't I do at this point? You want my house? I don't have one. I don't own a house. You want my car?
Yeah, I'll suck your dick or whatever.
I'll suck your dick. That's a Game Grumps reference.
Which is itself a reference to another media, but anyway.
I just didn't want people to think I was actually offering to suck his dick. I mean,
$300 is $300.
Yeah.
Going
down the chain of brinkmanship.
Yeah. No, you don't need to feel bad. Yo, my guy, you don't feel bad. You're amazing. You're perfect. You're lovely.
Yeah.
What are you?
You just feel good.
You drunk? Is that why you gave us $200?
Oh no, he's a sad drunk.
You're actually
he also spend he's drunk.
So fine, AV. You are so fine. You'll be the first in line to come into the Discord for the next stream. I promise you. Wowza. Q should get VIP. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shut up, Kirby. Do you really want to make this pay to play? Do you really want our streams to be like, pay me money?
The Q3 public apology.
Oh my god, yeah. We get all the microphones up there.
That was so funny.
Own up to what you've done.
God. Okay. Future girls. I really want twins. I want them so bad. I know that's a basic bitch thing, but like, and he would do some kind of interesting spin on it. But I mean, I'm a fan of Ouran High School Host Club. I would assume most people. Well, maybe you're new to anime. Backtrack. You've watched Ouran High School?
I've watched the first episode of Ouran High School Host Club on like at least 4 times.
Oh wow! And that's it. None of the rest of them.
No.
Yeah,
like I might have continued like a couple episodes after that, but like,
that might have been one of my awakenings to loving boyish girls. Hahari is a huge crush of mine. Or not? Wait, is it Hahari? No, I'm losing my mind.
Well, Freudian slip. We can allow for that. I agree.
Wait, what is? She's a crush of mine, but I haven't read it in years, so please forgive me.
Haruhi, yeah.
Haruhi, whoo, okay. It's okay. Yeah, that's close. Anyway, whew. All right, I'm fake fan over here. I apologize. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so there's twins in that show, and like they do a lot of interesting things with the twins. They do one where it's like, can you tell us apart? And like they get kind of self-conscious about that. Like, oh, do we really have identities outside of the fact that we're fucking twins? And there's an episode where they both dye their hair different colors, like so they can be told apart. And there's an episode where the main girl actually can tell them apart even when they switch stuff around, and it's like, oh, I can tell because you do this and you do that. There's just so many possibilities for twins, and I'm sure that Nakamura would take it a step further and add some weird thing to it, but it's just what a cute idea. And also like we already dealing with the scandalousness of a polycule and the scandalousness of a mother and daughter being in the same polycule. Right, the scandalousness of 2 sisters dating and fucking the same boy is peak music to my ears. I'm ready.
Yeah, I will say I did not watch Ouran High School Host Club, but I did watch the Nisio Isin like kind of spiritual successor, Pretty Boy Detective Club, which is basically I feel like it's just Nisio Isin was jealous that he didn't come up with Ouran High School Host Club first.
I watched that as well. The opening made me want to watch it. The opening was very
it's
cute.
really good. Desmond Malone in the in chat says, "My loves Ouran High School Host Club."
Yeah, probably.
Really getting on like the reasons why I love Mai. I feel like I can totally just geek out like about all the Yuri, the bullshit random like Fujoshi content that she just being able to get into that's Shizuka's experience. I would also have that experience with her.
Regarding future girlfriends, one that I have brought up a few times is the reverse of Kusuri, where she calls herself a scientist making drugs, but I mean she's making potions. Like these are like magical fucking potions she's making. Now the opposite of that would be a girlfriend who claims to be like a magician sort of thing, but she's just doing really advanced science. That's sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic, even to her, apparently.
I love that idea so much.
It's a parlor tricker. Ooh.
Yeah. An illusionist.
Yes, I love that.
Straight up fraud.
Yeah.
What else have I had? I desperately want the now this is a term that is out of date in the anime community, but there's hard to find the trap girlfriend. You gotta have it, right? I'm curious. I really am curious if we're going to get either because this is a pretty progressive series, but I don't know if Japan is ready for this trans girlfriend, or but obviously clarifying, I would not want their whole personality to be that they're trans. That would be very bad writing. That would just have to be like a thing about them.
Yeah.
But or also like I do wonder where Rentero's, because he's willing to. I feel like his sexuality is very open. Clearly, I wonder like would he date I'm trying to think how to word this. Like if it's like. I really want to tiptoe lightly and not say something that's like wrong, but like if it's like biologically a guy but they like identify as a woman and they zing, would he be down with that? I don't know if they'll ever go into that, but I just think that'd be fascinating.
I do feel like that's something that he would generally be accepting of. One of these girlfriends is trans already. We just haven't gotten to the reveal yet.
No, I mean, Rentaro seems very much like he's a love first kind of guy over sexuality. So like, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to.
Head. He literally has no desire.
Yeah. No, doesn't he have like his brain chart? Isn't there like a touch of desire, like one little smidgen, right?
Small little bit.
It's there, and I'm happy it's there. It would be boring if he had none. I'm glad he has a little bit. Yes, I think I would like a femboy. Yeah, how can you not, right? I mean, this series is like built on like going through all the tropes and then creating new tropes that never existed before. We gotta have a femboy.
Yeah, Clover in the chat says, "Who's saying one of the current girls isn't trans already?" On my wavelength. Yep. Who is it and why is it Usa-chan?
Well, what's funny is I read Uto as almost that.
Ooh, yes, I remember you saying that.
I remember I would not be surprised if Uto was either trans or currently when I read Uto, the voice I read in my head is what's his name? Yeah, like, a voice Akechi in Persona 5, but I have that Akechi voice in my head when I read Uto. It's a very flanderized, like very uppity. It's like, what's a line? It's like, or it may not be. It may or may not be. It's a very flanderized boy voice when I read Uto. So it's very.
I like
if the anime ever gets to Uto and we get a real girly voice out of her, it's gonna be weird for me.
Yeah, no.
I was also thinking along the lines of like Maria Issei, like the voice actress for Killua.
Oh, yes.
That kind of
So, okay, I don't know if you guys know this about me, a little bit of red lore, obsessed with Killua. Killua is like literally my favorite fictional character of all time. I have like 5 Killua fan arts on my wall as we speak. I really, really, really like Killua. And Hunter x Hunter is my favorite series of all time. So yeah, that's someone that if I could meet one like Japanese voice actress, it would be her for sure. Also, did you know that for the Hunter x Hunter reboot anime, they all did like character songs where they sung songs?
Yes, I do know.
Do you know Killua's song? Killua's song is so good. I used to bop to that while mowing the lawn when I lived with my parents.
I don't remember it. I think I was like kind of caught up in the sway of like the fact that Hisoka has a character song and like also Miki Sawashiro
God.
singing Kurapika's character song. Love Miki Sawashiro, favorite voice actress.
Her voice for Killua is so good though. Like it actually because Killua is a character who is like 12, but he's seen more shit than like your average war veteran, right? So like he was like poisoned from like birth, like in micro doses to get him immune to poison. He was shocked to get him used to electroshock torture. I mean, insanity, the shit he's gone through. So like the fact that like he's a little kid, but his voice is like deep because I don't know, you just feel that like maturity out of him. And one of my favorite scenes, and I'm sure you've watched through Hunter x Hunter, I assume, backtrack.
Yes.
So one of my favorite scenes, and it's just such an understated scene, I don't see people talking about it a lot, but it's when they're going through and like finding stuff that has Nen aura around it to like buy it and then sell it at a higher price. Do you remember that? They go into a shop and he does like, he basically pretends to just be an innocent little boy to the shopkeeper, and he Mara Issei, she like raises her voice an octave to basically what Killua would sound like if he had like a normal childhood. It's just like, yep, my dad told me to sell it at the right price. Right, and it's just like, it just sounds like Killua, but like a higher, like an actual little kid instead of this deep voice that he normally has. And it's just like, that really clicked with me. It's like, wow, he's how effortlessly he's just like manipulating his voice, because I mean, that's an assassin thing, right? I mean, I'm sure he does that a lot as an assassin, like pretend to be a little child and then fucking rip your heart out, right? So like, just like, I got so much like stuff from his character from that one scene. I fucking, that show is excellent.
Yeah, I love that. I need to go back to that episode because I know which one you're talking about. I just don't remember the like that specific
I'll
scene.
send you the clip. It's like insane. Like I love the voice difference that she does.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah, also Moonlight. If you're ever looking for another series, Hunter x Hunter, excellent, very good.
Oh, that's on my radar of like, because I'm trying to play catch up on all the big big names pretty much. There's a lot. I still
take your time, man. You got a whole life ahead of you.
I know, it's like it's so bad too. It's like I've rotted my brain to where I can't barely watch anything that's not anime now.
No, that's fair. The Hunter x Hunter is really well. It's Madhouse, dude. It's the same people who animated Death Note. So like the Hunter x Hunter 2011 anime is actually fucking excellent. It's so good. It covers like most of the story, and there's no filler. So like that's the way to go, honestly.
I'll get you into KyoAni and Trigger shows. We will meet up and just sit on the couch and watch shit.
Yo, watch
Kill la Kill. Yeah, I mean, how many tiers
Flip Flappers? Let's get it.
Allie is obsessed with Promare. Loves Promare.
Yeah.
So good. My problem is my Crunchyroll watch list has more than 300 things on it.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
And like, this is a problem. I have this problem in general with most media. It's not just anime, manga, video games, and all this. I have such a wide taste in so many things that you can just show me. Here's a day in the life of Moonlight on Reddit. Is I will find like from the anime meme subreddit just a singular panel that's kind of interesting. They give the source in the comments. And I'm like, oh, I gotta go add that to my watch list now.
No, I mean, I think it's good to have an endless watch list. I would rather have a watch list that's super long than to be sitting there and being like, fuck, what do I watch now? Because I've had moments where like, I don't know, I just lose the spark to like try new things, and then I just sit there and like scroll TikTok. It's way better to have a big list than no list, you know?
Yeah. Like there's some people in the Slice of Gaming Discord who like, here's my backlog of video games, and there's like 7 things on there. I'm like, how?
God. Okay, what were we talking about again? Future girlfriends.
It was future girlfriends.
Any-
Kane D
anyone
in the
else?
chat saying like, I got one, but like Kane D in the chat saying, I remember when there was one more conversation topic 2.5 hours ago. What a time to be alive. It's like, yeah, we've only really gone over maybe 3 questions.
And what I love, by the way, the concurrent viewers have not dropped under 51.
Yeah, it's
You guys are
impressive
fucking
how
awesome.
stable we've been.
Dedicated days.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have any calls for any future girlfriends specifically, but what I do want is like for a specific type of girlfriend to not take a back seat, and that is like the ones that have connections to other girlfriends before like being in the in the Rentero family. It's like
Can you elaborate on
feel
that?
like because say me and Nano, or that type of relationship or even rivalry, it feels like it's probably going to get harder to do that, to like to introduce girlfriends that have ties to already existing girlfriends as we go on.
Yeah.
What is my reasoning for that? Yeah, dude, it's just
mean,
like it.
I mean, the school is only so big, and there's only so many
Yeah.
female students.
And they're gonna start being
This is true.
questions like, okay, why did you never talk about this person, Kusuri? It's been like in our time, it's been 7 years. Why
Yeah.
did you bring it up at
It's
once?
like-
I am desperate for Rentero's polycule to, and this is something that we've been talking about a lot in our reviews recently, is like, because it really surprised me in Hasua's introduction chapter that it's not common knowledge by this point of like his polycule. His harem.
Yeah,
like
right.
did that surprise
A
you too,
classroom
Moonlight?
worth of people. Like,
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I really, the fact that they're like, what? I'm like, bro, like we really should be hitting the point where like Rentero's like,
Whoa.
maybe
There's something to know.
maybe they're just not clocked in.
I
Like,
mean,
maybe those few
we saw
people
in
just
we saw in Sagi's intro that a
Right.
group of people gather on the roof, so some people know about that.
and they think it's a
Also-
gang. Or she thought it was a gang.
Yeah. Now, this is something actually. I'm glad Tuesday's here because maybe he can clarify this for me. But in Hasua's chapter, I remember in the talk of the chat of the Discord when the Raws were just out and we were waiting for the translations. But the girl character, the ones that lost her panties, there was a quote that someone said, like they were like rough translating it, saying, I want to now look at the chapter. What did specifically this girl say? But it was about him having 31 girlfriends. And they were like, and she was shocked by it. But the translation that someone in the Discord gave was, oh yeah, here it is. Girlfriends, 31 of them. Where someone in the Discord said the translation more went to, it's like, wow, he has 31 girlfriends. Maybe I should join, or something along those lines. So I'm curious if that was just like a bad translation on their part,
Okay.
or if this is more like Tuesday and the group having a little bit more leeway on what they thought would be better.
We
So I'm
also
curious
have
about the
backtrack here as
Because-
well. Can
Yeah.
you go
I
back and
don't
look?
quite
Oh, yeah,
remember
exactly.
that
we have a subject matter
interaction. I guess I
expert.
can like pull it up, see
Yeah,
the raws.
see if
It
you
is
can
in
find it.
the...
I'm curious.
Right, sure, yeah.
God,
When
I feel like we're like a news team. Like, all right, let's pull up our Japanese expert.
Because when I saw that rough translation from someone in the Discord, and that made me think like, oh, maybe the him dating 31 girlfriends is becoming more common knowledge throughout the school.
I desperately want that to be. Because to me, like that's going to be a whole arc in and of itself, right? Like the public. Tuesday says I have no idea where that would be coming from.
Okay.
Kirby guy is saying like
And Kirby
"That might have
saying
been my
maybe it was
fault."
me. I think I sent a meme like that. So,
Oh my lord.
Maybe this wouldn't be the first time I mixed up a meme with information.
oh my god, no, yeah, because like something that Rios and I bring up a lot too is like eventually this polycule is going to get so big that it's going to like affect the economy and affect like you know what I mean. It's going to affect things.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, they're gonna have like a politician girlfriend, like a policewoman girlfriend. You know, like
he's gonna have too much power. The government's gonna become scared of him. Like inevitably, like it's too much power for one man. It's scary. So yeah, I mean, and like you know, your favorite saga, Moonlight, the marriage proposal. He talks about I'll fucking change the laws if I have to marry all of you.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for that moment where we confront the government, where they're like, you are just dating way too many women, young man. You need to fucking calm down. It's like over my dead body.
And that's where Corrigan in the Discord brings up, like he keeps preaching. It's even in his name in the Discord is Princess Girlfriend Wen, and he's always spouted the idea of a princess girlfriend from a fictional nation, and that's where the Rentaro family will go, and they will establish the kingdom of Rentaro, where they have their own laws and everything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mary's
yeah,
like
that's,
so
yeah, that's what I
fairy
was thinking of
tale.
backtrack. Immediately, like Sonya Nevermind from Danganronpa too. Like
I always bring up the Sonya Nevermind whenever he brings that up.
Allow me to. So I've been, I'm on that Soul Eater Fire Force kick. So I'm reading through Soul Eater Not, which is like a weird little spin-off that he made because I just love that world. And one of the characters in Soul Eater Not is a princess from a kingdom, but she's renounced her princessness because she wants to know what it's like to live as a commoner. So like a lot of her jokes are like, wow, I can't believe you guys live like this. That would be kind of a funny girlfriend, right? Someone who like was royalty and she like steps down to like live like a commoner, and like a lot of her bits are like, oh god, ground coffee, you know.
Yeah.
Be like the foreign
that would be like
exchange
kind of the
student.
anti-Mimimi.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, right. That would be because Mimi is a commoner trying to be basically a rich girl, but then we have this essentially a rich girl who stepped down.
Yes,
Commoner.
Candy.
Yes,
I want
some
every
proper
manga to have its
picture.
Enies Lobby moment, because Enies Lobby is when One Piece. I mean, One Piece was always good, but One Piece really locked the fuck in Enies Lobby.
Oh yeah, we're
Lobby
bringing
is
in
a-
more fairy tales with that. Like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
get the princess and the pauper dynamic with good. It's like every girlfriend we bring in, Meru gets stronger.
I'm excited for Meru to pop in and explain something again.
That was crazy. Like when I mean, we've already seen that happen with some people, but like when they do these crazy ass, like fourth wall breaks, it's like I love it. I mean, because I remember it came up a little bit in the chat where like everyone was like, you guys are okay with the fourth wall breaking, but I was not. But that was mostly just a situational thing where like.
He wasn't
the
prepared.
story-
You
not what
weren't
were
ready
looking
yet.
Yeah.
for in,
like the
in,
story
like,
I was
inspiration,
writing,
yeah.
the story I was writing wasn't a good. I thought it wasn't a good comp title for, or rather, I thought When a Girlfriend wasn't a good comp title. But it turned out, I mean, it actually turned out to be way more similar to what I was writing than Kanojo mo Kanojo, because that Kanojo mo Kanojo basically was just like drama of the anime for like its entire run. I mean, I liked it, but Hundred Girlfriend was a much more harmonious polycule.
You didn't know what you were missing out on.
Yes. Yeah, I could have been the first among us. Like I literally saw it in like early 2022 or something like that.
That's
So
crazy. You really
Yeah.
were.
I could have been the OG. I could have been the Saki Super Senior. Being all
It's like I have been here since day one.
yeah.
100 Girlfriends content creator sphere. Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
It is kind of wild that we're the ones that went to content creation, and we all kind of got into it around the same time.
Yes,
Or
that's
Yeah.
so interesting.
Like something in the universe, like I guess it took note.
There
of,
was something in
Hundred
the
Girlfriend.
fucking air, man. And like, yeah, like again, there was a power vacuum, bro. We came in and fucking just, I don't know, collapsed the democratically elected government and became the power vacuum.
Yeah, we are the One Piece. I mean, just as 100 Girlfriends is the One Piece of harem anime. We're following that footsteps by being like basically pirates.
And now we get to be the
100
One
Girlfriends.
Piece YouTubers of 100 Girlfriends and have streams like this called the Reverie, except I don't know, we'll call it like the rooftop. I don't know. What there's gotta be some good
Rooftop roofies or something.
Whoa, doing roofies on the rooftop. Insane.
All right.
Thanks. Great moment for silence. Everyone got into the roofies.
We had a little settle in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything else we want to talk about, y'all? Or are we winding down, or what are we thinking?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What do we all think of Kyo? Like when Kyo showed up? 'Cause I remember that was like. For me, that was like the first time I was like, all right, like Nakamura, you've built up a lot of goodwill over the past 50 some odd chapters, so I'm gonna let you have this one. But if I see another, I remember I was like, okay, Nakamura, you've had your fun. Show us the real girlfriend. And the chapter kept going on, like Nakamura, show us the real girlfriend.
Yeah, no, that was also a moment where I was a little concerned at first too. I was like, oh geez, where's this gonna go? I remember, I mean, I look back on this foolishly, like I literally, it's embarrassing that I thought this, but there was a wee little moment where I considered dropping it, just because I was like, I don't know, in my brain I was just, I didn't realize Rentero's game, right? Because I was thinking of like, oh god, Rentero's gonna like have to fuck his cousin, but I forgot Rentero's like, no fucking until we're all 45. So it's like, I guess it's a little better. Honestly, it helps me. I headcanon. I know it's not real, but I like to headcanon that Rentaro is basically just babysitting her, because her dad is fucking useless.
Yeah, right.
I almost want to believe my own headcanon conspiracy that Nakamura is trying to avoid bringing up the fact that they're cousins in any future chapters. Like they're just glossing over that. Like it's never brought up. It's just another girlfriend. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it.
It's almost like he's embarrassed about it, right? Like.
Yeah,
like, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that.
I mean, you look at like the dog chapter. The fact that they are related never actually comes up. I don't think. I don't need to flip through that, but
I think
like you could replace Chia with almost any other girlfriend, and it would almost play out the same way. So it's like he's kind of toning it down. Like, yeah, let's push that under the rug real quick.
Yeah, they've definitely not been like too quick to address it. which is why I will come in with my standpoint of I think they should lean into that more. Like I think they should really
Wow.
emphasize the parts of Chio that make her not really exactly fit in.
Well,
I
here's
think,
what I'll say. Do you mind if I cut in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, oh god, you ever just asked to cut in and then completely lose your train of thought? Never mind, you go back. I'll get it back.
Oh,
Go
No,
ahead.
I literally did the same thing 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Chio, like, I've suffered through worse in media. I think the Monogatari toothbrush
yeah.
scene is fucking
Oh,
hilarious.
yes. Oh my lord. If you can
It's
get
like,
through Monogatari, you can get
sometimes-
through anything.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. So, like, in
Yeah.
the beginning of this series, and Rios has picked up on this too. It felt a lot more like a parody of like hentai tropes almost in the beginning, or just in tropes in general, right? Like,
Yeah, the harem tropes.
yeah,
Mizoa chomping at the bit.
exactly. It really, when I first read this, that was kind of how I interpreted it. Like, okay, he's gonna go through the horny one, the tsundere, the yandere, I figured he was just gonna go the masochist. I thought that was basically gonna be the arc, but then as we kind of went further, it started to become like, no, wait, he's actually focusing on just like interesting characters over just tropes. And it almost feels like there was a moment where there was a switch in his mind where like it started as like a little bit more ecchi, a little bit more horny, and then it kind of became a little less horny and a little more actually about the relationship. There's always been that wholesomeness, but it feels like there was a shift at some point. Yeah.
People have been like discussing like that the axis was Chio, that flipped around. As soon as Chio was introduced, they do the horny shit less.
The magazine was like,
I probably would.
you get one, and one more time, and you're done.
No can do.
Longer.
Yep.
No, but yeah, like Chio is like the most reverse flanderized character in the whole thing because like
definitely.
so many of her like initial points of her character have totally been kind of
when was the last time she cried when her glasses fell off? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to make room for her as a more developed character in other ways, and so, yeah, it's such a bind. I really do think something like one of the girlfriends like getting weird like emotional feelings, having like developing a crush on Chio for whatever reason, just like having that ick of like say in iCarly when Spencer like started dating Gibby's sister or some shit, like that kind of like weirdness, that awful vibe.
What a great reference! Thanks for the yeah,
right?
I watched the shit out of iCarly
in the past.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much potential for that, but like the way they're going as well, like giving her new traits and exploring her regardless of the status as a cousin is interesting as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. She's really has become a lot better, and like I loved the dog chapter for her. That was a really good chapter.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. How about anything? What else to talk about? I might be tapped out. I mean, not in terms of energy, but like in terms of shit to talk about.
Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna get into like actual like top 5 chapters and tier lists and stuff like that. We can do that for other things.
Yeah, all right, maybe we can wind down. I guess like final questions. Blast them out in the chat, and we'll start winding down here. Thanks for coming. This was
then
really
afterwards
fun.
I can blast out a piss.
Yeah. Yo.
Yeah.
I'm surprised this didn't turn into just like a group therapy session for the latest chapter.
Oh God,
yeah.
We didn't talk very much about that. That was crazy. I mean, like I really adored the art in that chapter. The art really stood out. I mean, like I love the panel where they're all like staring at her as the stranger, right? Someone pointed out in our comment, I don't know if it was our comments or our Discord, but like something that makes that so jarring or like look that way is because all their feet are turned away from her. Right, like none of them are facing towards her. It feels very alienating. It feels very like you are in the out group here, and then of course, I mean, God, like her crying, Shizuka being like, "Are you okay?" Is all that moment. Almost, I felt the tears welling a little bit.
Like,
oh God, her crying like in the exact same way. Sorry, so someone had something to say?
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, like, sneak peek into my review video for that. That whole scene of Nano approaching that group on the street, I wrote a whole page on that, just one panel.
So for me, that was the moment where, you know, Natty's teaching, and then like her teaching is like droning out, and then the scritching of the pencil is getting louder, and then like that build up to like the dam breaking and her crying, which is like super rare for Nano. Does anyone remember if Nano's ever like cried like tears in this series?
Specifically when she was reading Shizuka's I like had this thought come up when I was watching your review, and just like, no, Nano's never cried. No, yeah, reading Shizuka's book and like thinking about all the effort that she put into it.
Oh wow. So yeah, I mean, Shizuka is her weakness. Yeah, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So I mean, it's rare. I mean, you could probably count the times on one hand or less, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. So like, I just so good.
Granted, you can count how many times a girlfriend has cried throughout the whole series on a one hand, because Rentaro does not let his girlfriends cry.
He will be there instantly with a box of tissues to not let those tears hit the floor.
Yeah, I remember that moment.
I mean, do you remember the whole Infinity Shrine?
Yes, I was about to bring that up.
Oh man,
the horror manga that turned into.
Yes.
Thank you, AVQ. Sorry, he said love the stream.
Oh, yeah.
I can't turn away a compliment.
More people are in this stream, so I will have to mention this. The parallels between Nano like trying to write down stuff, and then Shizuka also like writing while she's crying.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Also, Droop.
Like,
thank you. I appreciate the lunch money. I had to say. Yes, I mean, I think the paneling really stood out to me in that chapter. I mean, it just like it always reminds you. Like sometimes we have chapters where it almost feels like a Peanuts like comic strip. You know, the daily life ones where it's just like thing happening. But when Nakamura and Nozawa want to lock in and like actually do like a really well paneled like story, I mean, it goes to show that they can do that. They've also done like shonen battle shit with like the Maid water gun. I mean, it's like they have such a wide range of talents as both author and artist. It's a very impressive series.
The panel like where they're all in the classroom, they're just doing stuff. There's no dialogue.
I
draining.
talked about this in the Discord. I really like as a Karane friend, I love that she's not tsundereing in that panel. I like that because it goes to show you that like it's not constant. It's not every single time they're interacting. It's not that she's doing that, right? Like she has the ability to just like talk to them like normal and enjoy like a conversation. So like I really enjoyed that.
It's only when she ever gets like complimented or anything like that. When you're not complimenting her, she's acting like a normal person. Because like, look at the movie theater date chapter when she was just shopping and having a conversation with Nemu, and then Nemu decides, oh, you look cute in this, and now she starts getting all tsundere. It's like, oh, let's go get crepes.
Yeah, dude, that was so good. Yeah, I like how quick it is. It's like a quick little thing, and then it's over it. Whereas a lot of other tsunderes, it feels like it's so protracted. Also, Tuesday is exposing all of us as fake fans. Nano cried in her fucking introduction.
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
I said
that's a part of me. I've watched the anime.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, Moonlight. My bad.
I don't know if like my mic is just low on your guys' end, but yeah, it's like I was like, it was in our intro.
Oh, sometimes for some reason, I think it's like maybe Discord, and this is why I don't know how the 100 people one would work. But whenever like 2 or 3 people are talking and then you talk, it's like muffled for some reason.
Discord has that. Discord has that problem. I run into it every episode because I edit the podcast for our channel. And whenever someone talks over one another, one just dips out. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely a Discord thing.
Well, yeah, now I feel, and this is why Tuesday Rios and I are doing our full series reread once a month. We're doing a stream.
We're getting our bachelors in 100 girlfriendology.
I feel guilty when I forget something. I can't. How am I supposed to be one of the 4 pillars of 100 girlfriends on YouTube and forget something in the series? Disgusting. I don't like that. So yeah, we're rereading the whole series. We're gonna do monthly retrospective streams. Volume by volume. Be there, be square. Maybe we'll invite some guests sometime. You know?
Maybe, perhaps. Present company included.
Yes.
I need to keep track of all the times Sue says a number so I can list the the order and importance of numbers in her mind.
I've been saying I want to be like the comic book guy from The Simpsons, but for this series. I want to be able to be like, yes, Uto's introduction, chapter, what the page this. I want to know. I want to know everything.
I'm almost there. Like I can recall most things, but it's gonna be by like chapter name, not so much number.
Yeah. Well, it's because you're not Sue.
Yeah.
because you're a
I can hear for
functional
some
human being.
chapters.
And it's gotten so bad though. Like the anime reactions I'm doing, I seem to always forget the volume extra stuff. Like I called stuff anime original, and then someone in the comments was like, "No, it was in the volume extra." I'm like, "Damn it!"
Oh man. All right. Any final thoughts? Any final questions?
Yeah. Going back to the latest chapter. I really appreciated the way Nakamura was able to basically dramatize, Nano's I guess relationship to herself by having it be like a fucking like alternate universe version or something. I mean, but they're dramatized like this very common sort of thing with workaholic types where they will they will go out of their way to remove anything from their life that is not productive or efficient. I'm not speaking from experience here or anything, but as someone who relates a lot to Nano. But I mean, it's very. I mean, that's the thing that good fiction does, where they're able to take these sort of common human dynamics and make or rather inject that into these sort of fantastical story elements kind of thing. I mean, I saw that. I was like, oh, this is like the kind of shit that you would see in a Jurassic Park, like a review thing, like a college movie.
Oh yeah,
film study.
Like I said, take it back to the quote I said in the beginning, right? Alex Hirsch, when he was releasing the Book of Bill, that Bill Cipher book he wrote, he said it was like a con panel. He said the key to writing good fiction: take a common thing and mix it with an uncommon thing, right? So what do you see? And he was saying that in the context of writing the toxic relationship between Ford and Bill Cipher. And basically he just said, yeah, despite the fact that this is a relationship between a mad scientist and a trillion-year-old demon, I really just used knowledge on real life toxic relationships. They're surprisingly similar. That's how you write, right? So same thing. We're taking a lesson that Nakamura wants to impose, which is, hey, constant efficiency isn't the way to go, and doing it through this fantastical way. That's peak fiction right there.
Yep.
Oh, I Can't Choose a Childhood Friend is great. I did ended up going to read that when Moonlight started reviewing it, by the way. I am enjoying it a lot. It hasn't hit 100 Girlfriends level. I think it would take a while to do that, but I am enjoying it.
Yeah,
I will say, in my manga reading experience, sometimes I just pick up shit for the fuck of it.
Oh, yeah.
I started reading Takamine-san, and then a few chapters in, I realized this is Zune scans. Wait a minute.
Hey!
Yeah,
I know them.
Yeah.
Hang on. Different people on the translation team, but still Zune.
That's cool. All right, well, thank you guys so much for chapter 9 of Childhood Friend is out. I gotta go read that. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to everyone who first of all showed up, but second of all donated. I really didn't expect to make $370 today.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of glad
half my
that
weekly salary.
Yeah, I know, literally that is okay. Yeah. I mean, so if I was taking home all of that, that would be just, I don't know, maybe 150 below what I make in a week. So that's insane.
Damn. Well, okay, we gotta start doing these every week.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they don't want us to leave, yo.
If you guys got some questions, we can stick around and answer.
Yeah.
You need to give us stuff to talk about. It's question time. Let's go.
Yeah, I do need to take a bathroom break, so I will go beforehand.
Go
I need to get some water.
You guys go at it, go.
Yes.
Blast out a piss.
This is a great time to take a break.
Either blast out a piss or replenish your piss with more water. I will be here to answer questions. Who else? Who's staying? Who's leaving? Okay, I guess he's blasting out a piss. All right, cool. What was I gonna say? No, but seriously, thank you. I wish they'd animated Rentro's constant rejections or even battering himself. It wasn't, and how he wished he didn't have a heart. I'm so bad at reading out loud. That wanted to love and be loved. Our girls are there now. Yeah, no, it would have been. What you mean, like a compilation of all the times he's been rejected, from childhood to now. Y'all seem like you need sleep. We're getting there. We'll answer a couple questions because we love you guys. Y'all are still yapping, of course. What future chapter would you like to see? Anyone got an idea for future chapter?
Pretty much, because of the way the structure of the series is literally anything can happen, and that's always kind of the fun of these meta slice of life things that doesn't try to be too realistic. Like literally anything can happen. But I guess my only answer to that would be because you can literally just throw words at a dartboard and that's a possibility of a chapter. But I would love to repeat some past chapter ideas with how many new girlfriends we have now. And they kind of did that. They kind of teased that idea with the whole board game thing. It's like, oh yeah, let's revisit some of these ideas there very briefly and afflict the curse basically on another girlfriend, which was a fun idea. But there's just so many things now that they hit these awesome ideas for chapters, but you did it when there was like 6-7 girlfriends, and I'm like, we're at 30 now, can we revisit some of this? Like the biggest one would definitely be the I love you chapter. Like, wouldn't it be great to get just a big spread of all the girlfriends just confessing like what do they love about him, and Rentaro just falling down a river.
Yeah, and also you know, the famous one where he does a whole fucking speech, but like with every girl, and it's just the whole chapter, and the entire chapter is just walls of text, and it takes you like 3 hours to read it. Would be peak.
Oh God, I don't want to translate that when it comes out.
Your stream will be 3 days.
No.
Jeez Louise. All right, peace out, Conrad Barnes. Someone needs to, I don't think I'm cool enough. Someone cooler than me needs to remind me what this means. AVQ is asking, how many bags have y'all caught? I think I might know through context, but I want to make sure. What does that mean?
Let me check the super chats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is he talking? Yeah, he's talking like about super chat.
There were 8 individual super chats. God,
are you able to check the super chats? How are you doing that? You can just do that.
There's a chat filter. You can set it to fan funding.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get $4, not 4 fucking hundred. I was orders of magnitude off.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Fan funding. Wow. Let me click this. Well, okay, it's not. Oh, there we go.
Was there anything? Yeah, were we talking about something specific, or there's something?
I just want to give again shout outs to all of these people. Holy fucking shit! Conard, Carissa, I'm terrible. ABQ, Kane D, Droop, Conrad Barnes again, and Carissa again. Holy fucking shit, you guys are crazy. And then
thank you all so much.
Just being here also, like, you know, don't think you have to give money to be loved. You are loved equally. I just didn't expect motherfuckers to pay like half my bills. I mean, look, again, I'm actually kind of glad that I have to split this up with 4 people. I don't know if I was emotionally ready to get that much money, so this will temper my expectations.
Right.
But yes, that's gonna be nutso. Okay, come back with that same energy for some fucking videos that me and Rios do. All right.
Yeah. Then we'll only split among the 2 of us.
Ooh, exactly. Ooh. Fucking Moonlight and Backtracks are gonna be chomping at the bit. You see, by the way, Moonlight, this is why you got to get into streaming. That's where the money is, unironically.
Just funny too that's happened because I literally just got our first paycheck from the YouTube channel.
Hey!
Like that $100 threshold that you mentioned earlier. We finally hit that on the YouTube channel, so now we just got our first one. So where's all this money coming from? I never experienced this before. This is what it feels like to be a content creator.
We've really made it, guys. We're really here. This is so cool. Like I said, we're gonna be streaming monthly at least to do our retrospectives. So you know, if you're looking for opportunities to throw more money at us, feel free.
And
don't unless you want to.
Wednesdays. Every week the chapter comes out, I stream Hyakano Wednesdays now. The people seem to like it, and I get more views.
But you can't throw money at him yet, though. He hasn't hit the 500.
I have not.
You gotta
help him get the 500. Yep. Wowza.
Go.
All right. Have you all played Arrow games?
All boats here. I mean, I have. It's been a while though, but you know, I got a bunch on my.
Oh please.
Because I'm planning to be a bit of an adult VTuber in the future. You know, you're hearing here first, and I got some I got a bunch of backlog Arrow games is sitting on my like itch.io and like Steam, I guess. Yeah.
Inspired by Lost Paws, I assume.
Yeah, basically.
Lost Paws was my guy. So speaking of that, Nekopara, absolutely. I fucked with Nekopara. The patch that you could get that added the sex scenes into it. Yes.
I love series art. Oh my lord, they're the one they did for the Ditzy Demons Are in Love with Me. Oh my lord, woo!
Wow, that was the most emotion I've ever heard. Woo! Oh my god.
Well, yeah, the art is incredible.
Clover says, please keep up with the comfy streams. I would love to keep up with the comfy streams. Like I said, if you want, at least for me and Rios, we're gonna be end of March. we're gonna start a monthly tradition, and this will keep us going for like a year plus, because there's like multiple volumes out. But we're gonna do volume by volume retrospection rereads of the series. Rios is already taking notes. You've already got like a page plus of notes, right? Just from like 2 chapters. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
My man is studious. Yeah.
Also, addresses another question in the chat, like, can we expect more streams like this in the future? Fuck
with
yeah.
all 4 of us, absolutely. As long as Moonlight's the busy one, I assume.
It's only because I'm 3 hours behind and I work a job that keeps me late most days. So that's the only problem. Yeah. So unless we change this to either be like a Sunday thing or a Wednesday thing where I'm off, then I would be a lot more free.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe not all the time, but definitely at least, I don't know, maybe we could make it like a every 2 or 3 months thing, you know, we pop into together. I'm trying to think, what could we do? I mean, we could.
I absolutely have an idea.
Oh yeah. Oh please.
Yeah. Tier list, just like I could set up maybe like kind of an actually. Have any of you ever seen the actually game show from Dropout?
Oh no, I haven't.
So yeah, it comes with everybody like has like a buzzer. I read like a series of prompts, but they have something wrong with them in like 100 Girlfriends related, and then like whoever would say like finds that incorrect like statement or anything, buzzes in and then like tries to correct. We do something like that.
Little quiz shows. Cool. I'm down with that.
Yeah,
basically. This is why I need to do my reread.
Memory testing. Yeah, exactly.
Who wants to be 100 Girlfriend Air, you know, kind of thing.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. The bi-monthly state of I can't say the Japanese. How do you say the Japanese name for the series?
Hyakano address.
Yeah, I'll be calling Hyakano. Hyakano.
Yeah, this is the State of the Union you actually want to listen to.
That's so true.
Yeah. We've come here to.
It's long enough.
Yeah.
Oh my God. In order to make it
generally like this, but I think like content would be good in the future of just like here's something we're gonna do.
Yeah. He Moonlight wants to do like videos together, like you know, like actual tier lists and stuff. Although I don't want to. I can't imagine that Earl would be able to edit those because they're probably gonna be like 3 hours.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Either I would edit it myself, or it would just be just a raw.
Yeah.
Just recording of us going back and forth.
That's what we do. We do raws because, you know, fucking full-time jobs. I don't know. I don't have time to edit.
Yeah, neither do I.
But that's if you keep throwing me money, maybe I will have time to edit.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
Well, I think the priority right now is because I'm now infamously known for the bad tier list. Tier list would go on mine, and then you guys have the idea of doing like top 5 chapters, so we could do that video for your guys' channel.
That sounds awesome. Yeah.
Nice.
So like, how would
and
the
then
tier
like
list
a
work? Real quick. How would the tier list work with all 4 of us? Like, how do we? Because inevitably we're not going to agree.
You would have to like set parameters. Like, how are we judging these characters? Like how I said I judge them based on characters and what do they bring to the story, and have they at least when I compared my first tier list to my second one, since it was a year apart, like have these characters changed in any kind of significant way in the past year's worth of chapters?
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that's the year,
I do like
the yearly state. The yearly state of the union right there is like, okay, how was this year? How was this year for Nano? How was this year for Tama?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I do think it's smart to have that kind of criteria that is more malleable. Like it changes based on like the developments of the girlfriends. So we can keep on doing that like same base one.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and for backtracks like content, he can teach us Japanese via like 100 Girlfriend like curriculum kind of thing.
No, you got to teach us like puns that are made up of all their names, because I know every single one of their name is a pun.
Ooh, that could be cool. Everybody, open up your Genki textbooks.
Yeah.
Guys, I love this. This is, I mean, like, I don't know if y'all have ever, I don't know. I've done a lot of streams with different people back in the Chainsaw Man days, and, like, sometimes the chemistry doesn't work out. You get in there, and it's real awkward. I'm so happy that the chemistry here is very good, and it's just, this feels like the beginning of a thing, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, this is my first time doing anything like this, so I'm pretty happy it turned out so well. I mean, it could have been awful. Yeah.
Same. I'm glad we avoided that.
I was a little nervous. I was like, oh God, what if we're awkward? That's so good. All right. Well, are we? I mean, we just crossed over the 4-hour threshold, so I feel like maybe that's a good time. Yeah, whoa, we did it, boys!
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's 1 a.m. where I am.
Yeah, 12 a.m. here. Yeah.
Light work, light work.
Yeah.
But yeah, unless there's any like real pressing questions, I think that could be a good way to wrap up.
All right, everybody. Thank you again for everybody. Thank you. Wow, the bi-monthly state of Hakio no Address. Here we are. There should be a literal stock value of each. Ooh, the girlfriend stocks. Yes. Are we investing in? Dude, not everyone high invest in Nano right now. But the stocks again, you gotta hurry
That's
up.
so true.
To the moon. Yeah.
Bye.
Nene stocks have been so high recently. It's crazy.
I want to make like an actual chart about like the stocks and the prices of each girl and like how and we gotta update it every week.
Yeah, everyone like with the ticker is we.
Bro, like the Sue stocks on that last daily life up for the first time in so long.
Sorry guys, but he bought early. He is not sold at all. You know, Sue stock.
Everybody dump into dollar sign HFMS.
We don't talk about the legendary like Great Depression-esque drop of the Sue stocks from when she tried to drink salt water. That was a lot of people lost their homes that day.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. That's great.
All right. Getting news. Kusri just pissed once more. What will this do for the stock? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw that dip. I knew immediately that must have been that's the only time it dips like that. I've been studying this stock for years. You know.
I want to do like a skit where it's like a fucking Fox News finance segment. And it's like, so you're gonna really want to invest in Nano this week. Nano stocks are huge. You can also pair that with a side stock of Shizuka. It's such a good
those
idea.
Always pair well together. You know.
God, that's so funny. All right, well, this was great. We probably, if we don't end this stream, we will be talking forever.
Yeah.
So,
our viewers are going to pass away.
Yeah, I love you guys. I love everybody. I love everybody.
Yay!
Yeah. I love you too, random chatter.
Oh my god. And yes, we will have like a talk with the community stream at some point. Probably maybe even, I don't know, if before or after, within the next month. I'll promise that, because I don't want to wait too long and then forget to do it. But yeah, I love you guys. Peace out. Thanks again for being here. Thanks for $370, you freaks. I love you so much. Oh my god.
This is all of your stuff like joking about, oh, give us money, like coming to actualization. Like,
I mean,
they're like, we're waiting.
It really does mean a lot. I mean, genuinely, like Allie and I are planning on moving soon. Nowhere like far, but like we're planning on getting out of an apartment and renting a house to have more space finally. So I mean, like it actually does mean the world. That is so nice of you guys, seriously. So it will be put to good use. I'm not just gonna fucking blow it on shit. It's gonna be like bills and shit like that. So thank you so much. All right.
It only makes sense that you have to go buy the physical copies of the manga with that money.
Yeah, at least $10 of it will go to volume 13 tomorrow. Yes. Thank you guys. Peace.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. See ya.
Good night, morning, wherever you are.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys. That was fucking awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah.